So welcome for our second day after our successful EU Arctic Forum yesterday, and to open our dialogue with Indigenous peoples, we have three distinguished speakers to start off, and I would like to call on stage our Commissioner, Sinkevicius, in charge of Environment, Ocean and Fisheries, to open the dialogue. Commissioner.
Thank you very much, and good morning, distinguished representatives, dear colleagues, dear friends of the Arctic. It's a great honor to stand before you today. In a few minutes you will also hear from Sarah Olsvik, the international chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, and Aslak Holmbeck, the president of the Sami Council, to open the Indigenous Peoples Dialogue, and it's a great honor for me to speak just before them. Yesterday, I mentioned that EU is in the Arctic. I also mentioned that there is not a single Arctic, but many Arctics. Geographically, demographically, economically, socially, and Indigenous people have lived in the Arctic for thousands of years. You have deep cultural connection to Arctic lands, waters, and skies. In fact, you are one of the cornerstones of diversity and plurality that characterizes the Arctic, in its history and in the definition of the many Arctics. And you might have noticed that the successive updates of the EU Arctic policy have played even greater focus on indigenous matters. And we believe that the latest update, the EU Joint Communication from October 2021, reflects the relevance of indigenous organizations and the need to promote inclusiveness. And today I would like to highlight two messages of the EU Arctic policy. So the first of all, that EU will promote inclusive and sustainable development here in the region, in the Arctic, to benefit of its inhabitants and future generation, focusing on the needs of indigenous people. And second, that we believe that the people living in the Arctic should be given priority, meaning that it is imperative to uphold the principle of free, prior, and informed consent before adopting and implementing measures that may affect you directly. As yesterday from the stage was said, nothing about you without you. So our Arctic policy highlights the importance of indigenous peoples organizations and necessary stakeholders in discussions and work about in and on the Arctic. And the EU is investing in the future of the people living here in the Arctic. We want to ensure better education, of course, stimulate sustainable growth and jobs. And we want the voices of young people, women, and indigenous people heard and reflected in Arctic decision-making on issues that matter to you, such as innovation and research, job creation, digital skills, and education. And this event, even Indigenous Peoples Dialogue, is one of the avenues for our exchange and discussion between indigenous people and then, of course, EU representatives. In fact, the Indigenous People Dialogue is an integral part of our EU Arctic policy. But we don't want this to be a sort of isolated event. Indigenous representatives have been present on all panels of the EU Arctic Forum yesterday, and they bring extremely important viewpoints and necessary reality checks to our common work. We want indigenous voices to be heard and then taken into account at all levels, in all matters that affect you, and here in the Arctic, this means, of course, in all matters. And our position is deeply rooted in our core values. In fact, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is an integral part of the EU's human rights policy, and it remains very central to all our policies, including, of course, EU Arctic policy. We also welcome the launch of the International Decade of Indigenous Languages and the effort to protect indigenous cultures and knowledge, many of which are unfortunately in critical situation, and we want the indigenous peoples and cultures in the Arctic to thrive. But unfortunately, the challenges affecting Arctic regions sometimes disproportionately affect indigenous communities, and we are aware of that. That's why through our regional development programs, we are funding actions to support Sami and Inuit culture, livelihoods, and entrepreneurship. We're also taking steps to boost active participation of indigenous communities in Horizon Europe, our research and innovation programs. And since 2019, we have been supporting youth engagement and stewardship initiatives in the framework of the All-Atlantic Ocean Research and Innovation Alliance. And in the cohort of the All-Atlantic Ocean Youth Ambassadors, we have reserved one specific ambassadorship for an indigenous representative. We support the Sami Council work on strengthening its capacities with a focus on younger generation. Greenland is an important part of our efforts. It is one of the overseas countries and territories associated to the EU, and we share EU citizenship, as well as our core values, and the relations between the EU and Greenland remain strong. Since 2007, the EU-Greenland cooperation has focused prioritizing education, but we are now taking steps to strengthen our partnership and expand our cooperation to support Greenland's sustainable growth. So the partnership already in place between EU and Greenland on one hand, and then the Sami Council on the other is an excellent example of EU's commitment to the Arctic. Soon we will be opening Commission office here in Nuuk. Hope we will finalize it as soon as possible, and this will strengthen then our commitment even more. The EU also supports the development of sustainable livelihoods for indigenous and local communities in the Arctic. We want to work with you, and of course we want to be part of the solution to the challenge that you face. Friends, we are living in times of uncertainty. Politically, environmentally, times of challenges. Now, more than ever, we need to join forces and stand together. Because, yes, the EU is in the Arctic and the Arctic is in the EU. But I have taken up enough of your time this morning. We're here to listen to you. So I'm looking very forward to engage with you in respectful and meaningful dialogue. And of course, have to say thank you, but also I will say kuyana, and I will say kiitu. Thank you.
Many thanks, Commissioner. And I would like now to call on stage Sarah Olsvik, who is the International Chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. Welcome.
I will apologize on beforehand that I will speak a little long, but I think it's important messages to bring to this very important venue today. Excellencies, friends and colleagues, thank you for the invitation to participate in the EU Arctic Forum and Indigenous Peoples Dialogue. Not least, welcome to Inuit Nunat. Inuit Nunat is the homeland of Inuit, and as you would have seen on a map, if we had been able to put it on the screen, it consists of Greenland and the homelands of Inuit in Canada, Alaska, and Chukotka, Russia. The Inuit Circumpolar Council represents approximately 180,000 Inuit living in Inuit Nunat. We are an indigenous peoples organization established in 1977. We have made and continue to make our voices heard on many, many platforms, influencing international and national policymaking. ICC co-founded the Arctic Council, and we are ECOSOC accredited to the UN as an NGO. And we currently also hold a provisional consultative status in the International Maritime Organization, while also being an observer organization to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So proactively, we have added chairs and widened tables in our continuous advocacy for Inuit to take part in decision-making on all matters pertaining to us. And all Arctic matters do pertain to us. In the term 2022 to 2026, we here at ICC Greenland hold chairship of our organization. Our General Assembly has mandated us to work with 7 priority areas, which are good governance, security and Inuit Nunat, health and wellness, including mental health, language and culture, hunting and food security, ocean, Arctic Ocean and the marine environment, and of course, the very big infrastructure deficit that we face across the Arctic and which is affecting all of us in different ways. I was so uplifted to hear the speech by Naya Theresia Hø from the OCT Youth Network yesterday. We see and hear that youth in our homelands focus on the matters that are nearest to us, our human dignity, our health and well-being, but also on how we proactively can and will continue to take direct part and lead the way in decision-making in the Arctic. It is positive to hear the diverse panels and debates at this forum. We hope the good practice of involving Indigenous peoples continue to expand, and not least, that the practical challenges there can be in making it all the way to Brussels or Europe are considered for future forums and dialogues. Greenland has often been portrayed as the EU's window into the Arctic. I'm very happy to see that the curtains to more windows, those to Sami, are being removed. And it is right, as it was stated in a question yesterday, that any interaction with Inuit benefits all Inuit, like the interaction with Sami benefit all Sami. We recognize the Sami people's natural relation to the EU, as Sami are indigenous to the land, Sami, today known as Finland, Sweden, and the close EU partner, Norway. Inuit and the EU also share a historical tie through Denmark, and not least through the strong diplomatic relations between the government of Greenland and the EU. I would like to briefly remind of a case that serves as an example of the challenges and solutions in our relationship. I'm of course talking about the EU seal product ban, which has been in effect since 2009, including the Inuit exemption introduced for Inuit and other indigenous peoples to continue our export of seal products to the European market. The Inuit exemption only came about through massive, proactive and diplomatic efforts by Inuit, with strong support from governments, including the governments of Greenland and Denmark. The process serves as a good example of strategic partnerships between our people and governments, and of how the EU listened and was willing to amend a policy based on the reality in the Arctic. But the extremely harmful and one-sided campaigns against seal hunting ruined the markets and the livelihoods of many Inuit seal hunters. Especially here in Greenland, the lives of Inuit seal hunters have dramatically changed. The underlying notion of a big and powerful political entity looking to the Arctic from the outside, not fully understanding and recognizing an Arctic people's way of life, and thus their use of living resources natural to their territory and culture, remains a fact that started the whole ordeal. We must ask ourselves, wasn't the Inuit seal hunt sustainably managed? Yes, it was. Wasn't it less CO2 heavy to hunt and eat the meat of resources harvested in our own homeland instead of importing more food products from across the Atlantic? Yes, it was. And wasn't the further development of a livelihood based on knowledge of a people from time immemorial exactly the kind of development based on self-determination you would want, especially if you recognize basic democratic principles and human rights? Yes, it was. Don't get me wrong, the Inuit exemption continues to be important, but the underlying hegemonic worldview of one way of living being better than the other or another is the lesson we should learn from the case. An important aspect of the exemption is that the EU or any other governmental entity is not entitled to define who is Inuk. We, the people, define that ourselves, and I want to be very clear, this is not a matter of blood quantum or an attempt to measure one's DNA. Exactly, any such practice would be clearly racist. Being Inuk is about belonging to the people indigenous to this land and being recognized as such by ourselves. So, dear friends, we have a common challenge of reaching a point of mutual understanding and to inform policymaking based on principles of equal partnerships, including a wider array of truths and perspectives. Inuit and other Arctic indigenous peoples are few in numbers, but our status as peoples is not worth less than any other people in the world. In the evolving relationship, we are constantly reminded of the massive administrative conundrum the EU is. With limited resources compared to the millions of euros and hands and heads in the EU system, we must work together to ensure equitable access through simpler processes to the partnership possibilities that are laid out in front of us. We want to engage, but we also must be honest and say that sometimes we have opted out because of the heavy administrative burdens of engaging with the EU system. Like the Sami, we live across borders of very, very different nation states, and we are deeply impacted on an individual and a collective basis by the ongoing war in Europe. Excellencies, we are going through unprecedented times. Climate change is the overarching global challenge we must continue to address and act on. We are facing an intersectionality of challenges where indigenous peoples of the Arctic are disproportionately and severely affected. Environmental degradation, the collapse of ecosystems, the loss of biodiversity knows no state borders, and continued cooperation on these global challenges is of extreme importance. With the current conflict, Inuit are faced with yet another layer of serious and existential challenges. Our contact to our fellow Inuit on the Russian side is limited. They only number about 2,000 individuals. I want to express our deep, deep concern for the human rights of fellow Inuit in Chukotka and for the many other indigenous peoples living across the Russian Arctic. Yes, Arctic exceptionalism is disrupted, but our geography cannot be changed. Our ability to continue peaceful coexistence in the Arctic is fundamental, not only to us as peoples, but for the whole world. We face complex challenges of continuing a unique collaboration built over decades of being able to find diverse solutions to diverse issues. The Arctic Council, which ICC was one of the co-founders of, together with the Sami Council, is a key body bringing together peoples, sciences, and policymakers of different worldviews, serving as an example of peacekeeping in a complex world. A circumpolar body of collaboration was called for already at the first Arctic Peoples Conference, where indigenous peoples of the Arctic met in Copenhagen in 1973. We share the responsibility of making sure that we continue our collaboration also through difficult and complex times. The Inuit Circumpolar Council stands ready to continue our constructive engagement in deliberations and policymaking as we have done for decades for a stable and prosperous Arctic. We want an Arctic-based development based on transparent and democratic principles, under respect and implementation of human rights, especially the rights of indigenous peoples. These principles are key to our partnerships. Røyana.
Many thanks for your clear words, Sarah. And now I would like, last but not least, to call on stage Aslak Holmberg, the President of the Sami Council.
Joo, porriidit pohkaide. Mulla on skuvlaalema aaslah 4 aaslah ja Jovna Shaila 4 aaslah. Puhutaan Njörkkänis tienuleis. So good morning, everybody. First of all, it's my first time to be here in in Inuit, Nunat Inuit lands, the territories of our closest siblings in the indigenous world. So olu kiihtuko pääsan täppe tinluhte fiikna. Thank you very much for us being able to visit your traditional lands. The Arctic is our home, and the first word I often use to describe our home is rääfälas, which means peaceful. We have, together with our friends and colleagues from the Inuit Circumpolar Council, called for Arctic to continue being a place of peace. Here we have a joint interest with the EU for the Arctic to be peaceful, sustainable and prosperous. We have not drawn borders across the Arctic, but nevertheless there are borders which have become much more stronger in the past year. Sami homelands are divided by 4 states, and now our siblings on the Russian side of the border are further away than they have ever been for most of my lifetime. We see our home disappearing bit by bit. We see the salmon stocks declining. We see more winters when kuahtuun, grazing, is disappearing under layers of ice and snow. As the EU Arctic policy describes, the Arctic has reached an unprecedented crisis point. It has been known for decades about climate change, what is causing it and how to avoid it. That would have required modesty instead of growth and prosperity based on fossil fuels. And we have watched that opportunity to slip away, the opportunity to do enough and do it in time. And we find ourselves in a situation where we already may have passed these critical tipping points in the Arctic that can lead to cascading system-wide collapses. We seem to be in a business of buying time, slowing down change. Let's do little, let's contribute with this good thing. Our lands are also being chipped away in the name of this green shift. It's said that it's necessary and that Sami must contribute into saving this planet. Our lands are taken for wind power, for hydropower, mineral exploration, bioenergy. While we are in the midst of ecosystem change, we are told that we have to help solve the crisis that we have not created by giving our land. But more and more and more of everything will not be the solution to solve this crisis. More renewable energy will not solve the crisis while there is more and more fossil fuels being burned every year. This is a false solution. And we will not give our lands away in name of false solutions. The EU is a major player both globally and in the Arctic. And EU has responsibility for upholding human rights standards in the Arctic and globally. Yet why was reference to human rights removed from the EU regulation on deforestation-free products? How is EU ensuring that indigenous people's rights are protected? The EU doesn't have an internal policy on indigenous people. In the EU Arctic policy, there is a reference to the right to free, prior and informed consent, but how is that acted upon? As no nation state where the Sami live has sufficient legislation in place to guarantee this right. And we have heard in this room the reference to the discovery of rare earth minerals in what colonial terms is called Arctic Sweden. That is Sapmi, that is Sami homelands. When the global news broke about this discovery, no major media reported that this discovery is on indigenous land. The Sami communities of Gabna and Leavas are not celebrating this as a major geopolitical victory. For them, it's not about geopolitics, but the way of life that will be impossible with yet another mine in their territory. And there is a lot to improve in how Sweden estimates the impact on Sami and how they consult with the Sami rights holders. And this is essential in this green shift boom. We have grown quite tired of hearing about how Sami are always slowing down development. I bet that many people in this room, when you hear the word development, and you are not thinking about developing reindeer herding or small-scale fisheries or small entrepreneurs who are working with handicrafts. Development is often a curse word for indigenous people. Development on whose terms and on whose expense. We are in these rooms to remind that we as original inhabitants of the Arctic want to develop our traditional economies and our livelihoods. As our ecosystems are going through unprecedented changes, which are only accelerating, we need to dare to look at these changes and to assess what will change in the future and how do we prepare and adapt. The Sami Council is working on knowledge production and research policy. We are at the moment developing a policy brief for the EU Commission on, we call it a roadmap to decolonial Arctic research. EU as a major research funder has still a lot of work to do in addressing the colonial history in the academia. For example, how is indigenous participation present in the funding mechanism structures, in developing funding calls? How is indigenous knowledge recognized? Are indigenous methodologies recognized? One fora where we work with knowledge production is the Arctic Council, and the pause in the Arctic Council has great impacts on us, as it is a unique body of collaboration and knowledge co-production, where Arctic indigenous people sit together at the same table with the states. And there is enormous knowledge that is being created in this council. The cooperation of Arctic Council grew out from the Cold War with a mandate on environmental protection and sustainable development, and this mandate is perhaps more timely now than ever. And we recognize that cooperation with Russia will probably not return back to how it used to be in many years, but we cannot stop our Arctic collaboration. And as indigenous peoples of the Arctic, we demand the same level of recognition for indigenous peoples in any Arctic cooperation as takes place in the Arctic Council, as we must be sitting at those tables where decisions are being made and our knowledge must be respected. No sustainable decisions can be made without involving us. In closing, the Sami are the only indigenous people in the EU, and we are the only people in EU without the permanent representation in Brussels. The Sami Council established an interdisciplinary EU Sapmi think tank, which had two key tasks. First, to undertake a strategic planning process for Sapmi positioning vis-a-vis the EU. And the second one was to produce a policy document with suggestions on how to operate more strategically towards the EU from Sapmi. And as a product of this, we created the EU Sapmi Policy, which has a mapping of Sami priorities regarding developing a partnership with the EU on capacity building, Sami research, culture and art, language, entrepreneurship, youth, climate justice. So if you haven't seen this strategy yet, then please come and find one of our Sami Council delegates. It's usually quite easy to point where we are with our clothing. So we have a QR code and you'll get this strategy from us. So please take a look at this and help us to create a stronger relationship with the EU. Kiitos, Kujanak.
Many thanks to our three distinguished speakers who mentioned many different aspects, and we'll be happy to delve into some of them. We heard about partnerships, we heard about knowledge production, and we'll also have a chance to speak more about food security. So now I would like to straight give the floor to Clara Gansland, our EU Special Envoy for Arctic Matters, who will moderate our first panel on inclusive partnerships. Clara, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I think we have gotten off here to an excellent start, and we will continue now with this first panel. So in this session we will explore the existing cooperation between the EU and Greenland, as well as the EU and the Sami Council. And we aim to identify how the EU can help foster Arctic dialogue and expand international cooperation in the region with a focus on indigenous inclusiveness. And it is my great honor to invite Her Excellency Vivian Motzfeld, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Business and Trade of Greenland, to the stage.
Kujanak. Asasekka peqataasusi tamassi maani nayuuttusi aamalu itsi nunarput 2009 namminersulerpoq namminilivinnissamullu sulineq ullut tamaasa sulissutigaarput.
Every day thrive to have more self-governance.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address this session on inclusive Arctic partnerships, on how we can foster dialogue, expansion and inclusiveness of indigenous peoples in the larger governance picture. The short answer to this question is to be inclusive in all decision-making procedures that affect indigenous peoples, and to be able to listen and to learn from the concerns different players have. This answer has a much longer version. Simply by looking back at our recent history, we get a perspective on the consequences of being left out and becoming mere bystanders to development in our home countries and in the Arctic. Social tensions, frustrations, and unrest become the norm. If we take a closer look at our recent political history, the principles that we uphold are that decisions affecting the people of Greenland should be taken by Greenlanders. This also goes for areas where we do not have competencies within the Kingdom of Denmark, like in the areas of security and defense. It has taken time and a lot of effort to come to the stage where we are today. Still, we have to keep reminding those we collaborate and partners with. Being inclusive is really not that complicated, nor abnormal when you think about how you deal with those closest to you. By being inclusive and not just symbolically and superficially, you also share ownership and acquire the social and moral license to execute and implement policy goals. This conflict we often see across the Arctic, and especially those affecting indigenous peoples are, but not inclusively, connected to natural resources development. When people become bystanders to a development that affects them directly, the feeling of powerlessness leads to frustrations. Frustrations that are not being dealt with properly often leads to conflicts. The issue of inclusivity and indigenous peoples' rights should therefore not be thought of an obstacle, but rather as an offer of a platform for partnership when mutual understanding can be sought out and hopefully achieved. Allow me now to turn to the Greenland-EU relations. Over the years, the relations between Greenland and EU have also gone through a big transformation. We have adapted our relations to reflect better what we value and what we find important. From having been based purely on fisheries agreement, we have now expanded it to cover many more areas. For the years from 2021 to 2027, Greenland will receive 225 million euros to cover important topics and sectors such as education, research, biodiversity, green growth, development of renewable energy, and climate change. The expanding cooperation we have with the EU are based on an agreement that was entered into before the horrible war in Ukraine started a year ago. An agreement that should also be seen in the light of like-minded democratic countries' commitments to uphold the rule of law without resorting to old-school colonial territory grabbing, coming together even closer. This is an important aspect as we counter threat to supply lines, energy infrastructure, food security, and other forms of security. In times like these, we need to stick firmly together. In essence, adapting our agreements and the cooperation we have is important if our relations are to be developed and sustainable. Greenland, like the EU, will continue to develop politically, economically, and socially, and acquire more competencies over time. Our relationship needs to reflect this, and we need to be mindful of where we stand today as opposite what it was in the past when things were very different. Right now, relationship between different indigenous peoples and states have begun to tackle and discuss more openly painful historical events of the past. This includes the relationship between Greenland and Denmark as well. Together with the government of Denmark, we have decided to establish an inquiry that will throw a light on the events and experiences of the colonial times. These represent painful issues that need to be discussed openly if we are to move forward and learn from the past. We can no longer afford to sweep painful issues under the carpet and has been done for too many years. This forum and dialogue that the European Union have had for quite a number of years now have also evolved over the years. I would like to praise the European Commission for giving Arctic indigenous peoples together with a broad range of stakeholders, decision makers at all levels, youth, scientists and others with interest in our Arctic region and homelands, an opportunity to come together and raise important and current topics. In order for the Arctic region and its people to move forward together with regions in Europe, we need vision, solutions, and leadership. I wish you a constructive session.
With many thanks to Minister Motzfeld for her very thought-provoking and a broad presentation, I would now like to invite the panel to the stage. So I think I have you all here, so please come up. So warm welcome to all the panel members. And we now have about, well, a little more than an hour to delve deeper into these topics. And I'd like to start off immediately. So I would like to introduce, first of all, Åsa Larsson Blind, who is Vice President of the Sami Council. And she has been a member of the Sami Council since 2008 and elected president in the period 2017 to 2019. You have a wealth of experience from working in Sami organizations. So with that, I'd like to immediately get into the question that was already alluded to by President Holmberg, and that is the Sami Council prepared its Sami EU Strategy, which is an ambitious document that aims at deepening the existing EU-Sami partnership. So could you set out the main messages and also how does the Sami Council work on achieving the proposals that you set out in this strategy? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Ologito, thank you for the question. And as President Holmberg mentioned, we in August 2022 launched an Sami EU Strategy. And it is the first document in its kind. You can say it's a roadmap to how Sapmi as a region could strategically position itself towards the EU to strengthen the partnership. And it was developed through an Interreg Nord-funded project, and it was written and developed by a group of Sami experts from all sides of the borders, except from our brothers and sisters on the Russian side. So this is an expert opinion on how we can work. And the vision of the strategy is a thriving Sapmi for the Sami as one people, regardless of state borders. And that is also the vision that the Sami Council are working towards. And that is a vision that we share with our partners in the Sami parliaments and other Sami organizations. And also, as we heard from the president of the ICC, that is also a vision that we share with indigenous peoples around the world that are also divided by state borders. So the strategy consists of overarching goals as the recognition of the Sami as a people within the EU framework, and also a Sami mechanism within the framework of the EU to establish the necessary representation for the Sami to access the EU institutional setup. And this is put as a partnership agreement between Sapmi and the EU, and then an EU Sami program that could then outline how this would work in practice. And we heard a lot of yesterday that we need a targeted action. So it also sets up identified prioritized themes that would be included in this program as capacity building, research, language, culture and art, youth, entrepreneurship, and climate justice. And the strategy clearly states that it is not sufficient to only refer the Sami EU relations through the national state channels, but that it is time now to secure the structures directly between Sapmi as the region of the Sami people and the EU. And that this should be seen as an addition to the already established collaborations between the Sami and the national levels, both regionally and nationally. Because of Sapmi being a specific region of the Sami, it should also be approached as such by the EU. And we have heard many times mentioned that the Sami people is the indigenous peoples within the European Union. And through that status, it requires targeted action from the EU to secure the inclusion. And both in the development of EU policy, but also to secure the implementation of EU policy in Sapmi. And also, as Asla said, we have a QR code. So anyone that would like to take a look at this document is found on the Sami Council web page, and we have a QR code with the link. So you can. So we are working with this now, and this is one of the actions that we're taking. We are raising awareness of this document, and we are working to secure both the awareness in the EU, but also to raise awareness and to build capacity on EU issues also at home in Sapmi. And this is a long-term work that we also need to do in partnership with the Sami parliaments and other actors. So, and it will not be possible only through project funding and project-based. So we need to find more permanent solutions to evolve and establish this more strategic partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this. And then moving over to the next speaker, who is His Excellency Petteri Vuorimäki, the Finnish Arctic Ambassador. So Finland's ambassador to for Arctic Affairs since September 2019, and the Finnish senior Arctic official in the Arctic Council. So the question to you, how does Finland see the partnership role between the Sami people and Finland in particular, and Arctic indigenous representatives in general? And Petteri, how do you see the relationship with the European Union moving forward? So, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Clara. The term His Excellency always gives me creeps. But thank you for the compliment. The role is of utmost importance, and that term doesn't even carry the full importance. Let me try to approach it with sort of a personal remark. I've been at this job for the past 3+ years. I've sat in numerous panels, given God knows how many interviews and presentations and all of that. I don't think that I have given one single statement or remark where I would not have referred to or raised the situation of the indigenous peoples in the circumpolar Arctic. And I have done that also when I've been getting questions on security and NATO and military threat, and I have replied by starting to talk about the climate change and the challenges that the indigenous peoples in the circumpolar Arctic face. And I think we as states, we have a huge responsibility to do what we can, because in the ever-changing Arctic, the climate change is changing the daily realities of many people, indigenous people in the circumpolar Arctic. The eyes of the world have been turned towards the Arctic for a whole variety of different reasons. And we have people in very remote communities trying to struggle to maintain their livelihoods, their unique languages, traditions, history, and identity. I can't, in good conscience, say that I fully understand the situation, but I have a keen personal interest on the situation of these individuals and these peoples, and I think I have learned quite a few things during the past 3 years. Only a couple of days ago, I was explaining about the challenges of salmon fishing in the Yukon River in North America. I've had numerous discussions on the differences between reindeers and caribous. I have acquainted myself with the Sami customs and their history and their differences. I know a bit of different languages and their differences. I've even acquainted myself to Greenland Inuit rock through Hjalmar, and there are wonderful clips in the internet of his band. He's very, very good. And of course, all the socioeconomic challenges, the lack of infrastructure, Medicare, communications, all the things that have been referred to yesterday and I'm sure will be referred to today. So the role and the relationship is extremely important for Finland as well. The Sami people were one of the priorities on our Arctic policy strategy. We have an Arctic advisory board which is chaired by the Prime Minister's State Secretary. I'm the deputy chair of that board, and the Sami Parliament sits in that body. Just before the war in Ukraine, the Sami Parliament wanted to be better involved in our national preparations for the Arctic Council meetings, and I did work out modalities to allow that, but then the war intervened. And I should sort of highlight the same point that I highlighted yesterday and what Aslak highlighted today. Again, the Arctic Council. The one thing that I have repeated ad nauseum hundreds of times in different venues is that one of the key reasons why the Arctic Council is so important for us all is the internationally unique position of the indigenous peoples in its structures. They sit with us. Sara is my colleague in the Arctic Council meetings when we meet. They sit with the ministers, they sit with the working groups. They co-implement many of the 132 projects that were underway in January. There is no other organization in the world with that achievement. It's hugely important. And for the EU, I sort of feel uncomfortable sitting here and tell the EU what it should do for the indigenous peoples, and in particular the Sami people. I think that question should be put to the Sami people, and to respect their views, take their views seriously into account in designing the EU policies across several fields. Thanks.
Thank you. Then we will move over to Rikke Nielsen, who is the head of the European Commission office here in Nuuk. And I think we will be very excited to hear from you, Rikke. Just very briefly to introduce you. So you began your career in the then Greenland Home Rule government in 1997, and you joined the European Commission in 2002, and there you have worked on a variety of topics. Now, to the question. So the European Commission will open in this year its office here in Nuuk, and you will be heading it. And how will this office work to promote the EU-Greenland partnership?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Clara. First of all, I think it's been mentioned several times during these days that Greenland makes a lasting impression on you. So I'm very happy to be back, finally. I'm head of the EU Commission or the European Commission office in Nuuk, but it's still based in Brussels. So we're hoping very soon that we can establish a base here in Nuuk. And we're working hard on delivering on that, because it is also one of the deliverables under the EU Arctic policy, as we talked about yesterday. So how will the EU office work to promote the EU-Greenland partnership? Well, it's already been said and several times, we have an existing partnership that is in place for more than 15 years, actually more than that, but 15 years ago the two current pillars were established. So there's the fisheries partnership agreement side, and then the other side related to the association of Greenland to the EU as an overseas country and territory. And since it's been ongoing for many years, there is a very well established framework for that collaboration. Now it's been renewed a few years ago. So we're now in the programming period until 2027. And within that framework, we have these regular dialogues. It's twice per year, which have been a really good opportunity to touch base. What has happened since we last met. We've been exchanging meetings between Brussels and Nuuk, and also had the opportunity to visit other places, because it's really important to connect from time to time and meet each other and see each other face to face. Of course, there was a gap in between due to COVID, but now we're back on track. And of course, the office will hopefully further help to facilitate the work within that existing framework, because we will be more accessible, and we will also have better access to the counterparts that we have here in Greenland. And there have been a few words, I would say keywords, that have come up a few times or several times during these intense panels we've had and good speeches that we heard. One thing I think that you do over having a relationship or partnership over so many years is that you build trust. There was a reference to trust yesterday, and that's really key, because when you have trust, you can expand also your partnership and your discussions, and that's exactly what we did with the current programming period. We have a dynamic partnership, and we hope that dynamic can continue also in the future. So we broadened the partnership from mainly education in the previous period now to, as we've heard, education and green growth. And we are currently developing what that green growth segment means, but it's clear that there is a high focus on that, big focus on that, as it's linked first of all to the economic diversification of Greenland, which we listen to very carefully. The wishes in that regard from Greenland, but also, of course, green transition, where Greenland can play a major role. And actually, the two objectives that we have, priority objectives of the partnership, is besides education, we have the green growth, and it covers, as we've heard, hydropower, environment, climate change, and research, and other issues. which may mean more than that. So we will continue our dialogue to see what that means. Now we heard in the speech from the Danish Foreign Minister, he mentioned infrastructure, that it also means investment in the human dimension. And that's what we really think is key, and it's the basis for our partnership now. It's education. You have to have that platform to ensure the further development. It's really key. So we're looking at also how we can boost or promote the skills needed to move towards that economic diversification in Greenland, which will be key. We've heard also the need for workforce, qualified workforce in the future in Greenland. Now, rather than referring to infrastructure, we often refer there to connectivity, and we've heard it also several times. And there I would like to mention also the Global Gateway. We don't hear about it so much, but it's really like an overarching strategy that we have, a European strategy to boost connectivity. It means digital energy transport sectors, but also strengthening health and education and research systems. And the OCT partnership with Greenland clearly falls within that framework. So it's very, we have that close vision of the partnership with Greenland, but it also falls within a bigger framework, which I think is important. It's been highlighted several times. And basically that partnership stands for sustainable and trusted connections that work for people and the planet to tackle the most challenging, pressing challenges that we have today. So I think we will continue working on that existing partnership and broadening it in a very close dialogue with Greenland. And I think once you have an office, you have a physical presence, that developing that partnership will become much more easier. And I think we will have the function as well to be a liaison, but I will come back to that probably in the second half of the panel, because we do listen to the fact that we appear like this huge administrative conundrum, to quote the previous speaker, and we're very available to facilitate an easier access and understanding of what we do.
Thank you very much, Rikke. A very exciting menu that you set out there. So next speaker is let's see now. Yeah, Kristin Solbjørn. And she is the Deputy Director General in the Norwegian Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, the Department for Indigenous and National Minority Affairs, and also a member of the Steering Committee for the UN's International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So to you, Kristin, the introductory question that I'd like to ask is that local authorities, regions, municipalities remain key to address societal and cultural challenges, and also when it comes to indigenous people. So what is your experience in this regard? What lessons would you like to share with us? And what can be done to ensure a constructive social dialogue on major projects?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Local government is closer to people's everyday lives than national or international government. It's where your children go to school, it's where you get your primary health care and so forth. So many decisions that are made locally are the decisions that people feel and experience in their everyday lives. Now, it was rightly pointed out yesterday that indigenous interests and local interests are not necessarily the same thing. So I will focus on indigenous interests and local authorities' communication and dialogue with their indigenous inhabitants. So how do we get a constructive dialogue? Well, I can shortly tell you how we try to do this in Norway. Firstly, we have the Sami Parliament, and they have the right to be consulted when the state plans measures that concern the Sami people. However, the new thing is we have new legislation that was passed just last summer that also states that the Sami Parliament and other representatives of Sami interests, so typically local representatives, have the right to be consulted in cases that affect them. And that means also that the duty to consult now does not only include state measures, but also regional and local authorities must consult Sami interests. And that just goes for anything that affects Sami interests. The consultations must be undertaken in good faith. Both parties must try to achieve agreement. And for this to be successful, you need a certain level of trust. The parties need to trust each other, and most importantly, I think the Sami representatives have to have the trust that the government wants to strengthen Sami rights. If not, the dialogue will not work. So I said the objective is to reach an agreement. That's not always possible. But I think if the consultations are carried out in a respectful manner, in a correct manner, they're still valuable in the sense that the parties get an understanding of each other's positions, and the authorities get a better understanding of the needs of the indigenous community. So the legal framework, I would say, is in place in Norway. But does it work in reality? Yes, to a certain extent. But we also have to be honest and say that sometimes Norwegian government on every level forgets to involve Sami interests early on in processes. And the young panelist yesterday, Ms. Keskitalo, said that, mentioned the importance, challenged the EU on the importance of living up to their principles. Walk the walk, don't just talk the talk. And the same thing, I think, goes for local government. Because if consultations are to be meaningful, they have to start before any decisions are made. And that must be, I think that's where we still have work to do. That we take indigenous interests into consideration, not just as an afterthought, but that it's incorporated as standard procedure on every level of government. So, since the theme of this debate is inclusive partnerships, we should all keep in mind the principle of nothing about us without us. And that has been said many times over the past 2 days, but I don't think it can be said too often. So when you ask me about lessons learned, I believe that successful partnerships must build on this principle of respect and inclusion. And that goes for the Norwegian government, and it also goes for the EU. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this very good advice. Now, to our last speaker, this is Ms. Ninu Malu Hansen, who is a member of the Overseas Countries and Territories Youth Network. And you currently study a master's at Cross-Cultural Studies with a bachelor in Greenlandic and Arctic Studies at the Copenhagen University. So to you, I would like to ask the following introductory question. The EU has two strong but different partnerships with Sami and with Greenland. So to what extent do you see young voices reflected in these two efforts?
So I think young people have not always been well represented. And I cannot really speak for the Sami young people who's here today, only from Greenlandic perspective. But for me, is that young people have not always have the space to talk about the EU. And I cannot really understand why. And I think the point is that because we live so far away from the EU centrum, and then it means that EU can be a bit of abstract to understand, and it's hard to comprehend all the laws that's within the EU when, I mean, we're living in an island some 1,000 kilometers away. So, and it means that, I mean, being able to being heard is really hard from here. And that's why it's not always easy to be heard because, how do you say it? I mean, if you don't have the platform, and which means, I mean, you can't really have a voice when you don't understand the system of the EU. So that can be a bit of a problem, because as Naya Theresias pointed out yesterday, is that we have a willingness to be part of the table here, if only you give us the seat. So, yeah. But also hope that there's going to be a greater interest in the EU. But it also means that young people here in Greenland have to be educated in the EU, not only in the EU, but also in international relations. Because if we don't have kind of learned the language about EU or politics, we can't really have a saying in EU affairs or international affairs. And I really hope the new office here in Nuuk will pave the way for the debate among young people here, but not only in Nuuk, because there's need to be a representation, not only from Nuuk, but also across Greenland, because there's a lot of young people who lives on the coastline that also need to be represented, because they also have a saying. They need to have a saying and to be heard. Yeah, so I'm really excited for the new office here. But also, I'm part of the OCT Youth Network. And so I just want to point out that it's really important to create platforms for young people, and I hope that the platforms is going to be ensured for the future. So it's not going to be only 1 year networks, but also for the rest of, But I mean, it's also want to address that there's some politician here sitting here and some managers, and I just want to address that you also need to listen to the youth, because we had a lot to say, and I'm really grateful for being invited here. So, I mean, I get to meet and talk with some politicians, and I really hope that you're gonna manage to also secure a platform for youth here in Greenland as well. So, because also it was also mentioned yesterday, there's like a huge mental health crisis here, and I just hope that EU also can help or maybe influence in a good way, and maybe to share some knowledge on how to tackle the mental health crisis here. So, yeah.
Thank you for those first remarks. And now I'd like to start a second round of questions with all the panelists. So I come back to you. Here for the second round, I was wondering if you could tell us something about what the Sami Council could learn perhaps from the EU Greenland Partnership. And what would you like to share with the Greenlandic colleagues reflecting the Sami experience?
Well, thank you. Thank you, and thank you to the panel for very interesting remarks and so much we could pick up on, but I will stick to the question. I think that Sápmi, we and some people, we can learn a lot from the relationship between Greenland and the EU, because it is an example of how the EU have formed an agreement targeted towards a specific region, and how to try to meet the needs of Greenland in specifics. And I think that now, when we are trying to establish more formalized partnership between the EU and Sapmi as a region, I think that we can avoid a few of those mistakes that were probably made when something is new and you try it for the first time. So I think that in that aspect, I think that we can learn a lot from the experiences, both the experiences that have been gained within the EU system, but also tremendously a lot from the experiences that we can learn from our Inuit friends that have established this agreement with the EU. And as we heard, it's been ongoing for quite some time. So I think that that's something that we can learn in, like, how to meet the specific needs, even if we need to tailor it, of course, towards the needs in Sapmi. The methods and how to identify the needs and how to target and design the action to target the specific needs and get the outcome that we would like. And for example, the investments in education, for example, those investments that can be have a tremendous importance in boosting and strengthening the local communities and the Sami society. That is something that I think that we can learn a lot from. And we heard now also reference to trust and to building of trust, and we heard it also yesterday. And that is also something that I think that we can learn from, how to gain that trust. So maybe we don't need to walk the same long path that also that Greenland and the EU have done, but that we can maybe skip a few of those mistakes in the beginning. So I think that that's important. And we've heard also reference to the need for more EU in the Arctic and more Arctic in the EU. And since Sapmi constitutes the European Union Arctic, I think it's natural that the next step is for the EU to formalize partnership with Arctic as a region, as the Arctic region of the European Union, and taking steps towards that. And I also think that we can learn from what also been said on the local level on how to include Sami interests, and that we can move beyond talking about Sami interests and start talking about the Sami as an indigenous peoples, and talk about how we can include indigenous rights and how we can include Sami as rights holders in Sapmi. I think that's important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Petteri, for you, besides the EU, different EU member states also have a strong engagement in the Arctic, notably through research, science, and cooperation projects. And in your view, how does their engagement help enrich Arctic cooperation?
Thank you, Clara. That's a good question. I mean, the obvious answer is that it enriches the cooperation tremendously. I mean, I think that is self-evident. As His Excellency Thomas Winkler, the Ambassador for the Kingdom of Denmark, noted yesterday, we're open for cooperation with anyone with a positive agenda. And clearly, international cooperation is of utmost importance in addressing many issues that impact the whole globe. But the important thing here is to underline the fact that the mistake would then be made if the prerogatives of the Arctic states and the Arctic people would not be respected. I think the Commissioner himself noted that people in the region be given a priority. And that's something that would have to be more borne in mind by all those actors interested in Arctic cooperation who can substantially contribute, and I underline that. But your question used the phrase presence. I think the only ones present are the Arctic states and the Arctic people, including and in particular the indigenous people in the Arctic, and their role would need to be respected. But I think the interest towards the Arctic has grown exponentially over the past 15, 20 years, not only in the context of the European Union as a whole, but also by the individual member states. If one looks back at the last 2-3 years, there have been quite a few Arctic strategies that have been published by countries outside the Arctic region, and that testifies to the interest that all feel towards the Arctic. And I think also yesterday, I think it's quite remarkable that the Estonian Undersecretary comes to Nuuk to deliver a keynote address at the EU's Arctic Forum. That's remarkable. I mean, that is a demonstration of deep and profound interest by Estonia. And there are many other countries in Europe interested in the Arctic and the Arctic cooperation, and they can substantially contribute with their expertise, their resources, their viewpoints, and that can only be welcomed for as long as the prerogatives of the Arctic states and the Arctic people are and continue to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. Now back to Rikke. You already touched upon this in your introductory remarks, but perhaps if you could go a little bit deeper into explaining how the new office can help increase the understanding of the EU activities, because we do realize that this is a quite complex animal. So, so EU activities in general, and more specifically in terms of Arctic dialogues and international cooperation.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a wide topic, but I already touched upon it. When we will establish ourselves in Greenland, we will be visible. And visibility, I think, is key, one of the key words. We very often hear that people don't understand what we do and where and when and with whom. We've heard it recently in the latest gathering of the OCT countries in December last year. There's a lack of visibility of what the EU does, and I think if you're present, showing your face, it's much easier to explain what it is that you do. I think when we get here, we will try to create a platform for ensuring that visibility, and as I said, also being accessible to explain what we do. We will have a dialogue with anybody who wants to talk to us, businesses, youth. We have the existing dialogue with administration, researchers, international partners, and citizens as large. Now we just heard, for instance, that it's important not always just to focus on Nuuk. When you're in Greenland, you have to focus on the wider community, because it's a very big country. outside of Nuuk, and there are lots of things going on. I think we will work as a liaison office. You've met many colleagues from the Commission here today, or in these days. We've heard, for instance, on the growing or the work ongoing on raw materials. There are new developments all the time. We have a colleague here also dealing with research, and if we can connect some of those dots and spread the word about what we do in more concrete terms, I think it will facilitate engaging further. We really often hear this, and I come back to it now, that it's not easy to understand what we say very often. I happen to also be involved in the staff ambassador network in the Commission, and we do make efforts to go out and meet people and talk to people and explain what we do and trying to avoid all the jargon. Because when you're in Brussels, everybody seems to be in on the jargon, but we cannot expect that everybody else is in on the jargon. It's like a secret language sometimes. So in general, we will keep the focus on the partnership and the work that we will undertake with Greenland as partners. And also engage with everybody else who's here, because as we can see, there's a growing international community in Nuuk and international interest, and engage as much as we can with the partners here, because it's a broader Arctic family. Just to come back as an example, we rarely mention the programs that, for instance, Greenland also has access to, where we talked about Horizon, but there's also educational programs. And I personally have tried to plant already a little seed in terms of youth involvement and engagement, that we will try to provide better information to Greenlandic students on how to, for instance, have internships and undertake educational programs in Europe. So that's another direct way that we can try to cooperate and ensure the wider picture. And these programs, I don't know if, I mean, they're available to all EU citizens, so they would be available also to students from the Sami community. So it's just to keep in mind, and whenever the information is not there, reach out and we will find someone who can help you and explain the details. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that will be most welcome. Now, Christine, if you could please outline the important role played by the indigenous population in North Norway to the whole of the Norwegian society. It's a small question.
It is a big question, and I think it would be arrogant of me to try and sum up in a few words the importance of an indigenous people to larger society. What I can say is that the Sami are part of the diversity in Norway, and a diversity that makes our culture or cultures richer. And I think that after many years of assimilation policies, we now have come to understand better, respect and appreciate more the Sami culture and the visibility of the expressions of this culture. And we have also come to realize slowly that the Sami culture has knowledge and values that we need more than ever when it comes to sustainable use of natural resources, for instance. But I think I have to answer your question in short and just say that the Sami are Norway's indigenous people, and you cannot imagine Norway's history or culture without the Sami.
Thank you. Now, to Nini Malu, you already touched upon it, but perhaps on indigenous young voices representation in policy making, what would be your message to the policymakers on how this can be really ensured?
Yeah, because we talked a lot about green transition and rare minerals yesterday and this morning. And I think it's a really crucial point right now, a crucial time for us young people to be giving a voice, especially for our Sami friends that has come here. Because, I mean, the mineral extraction is going to affect indigenous peoples and their territories. So I think it's really important to be giving a platform, and even further, and not only in OCT Youth Network, because being part of OCT, other OCT countries are also from small islands like us. I mean, it's a big island here, but we're a small population. But we share a lot of similarities, but also a lot of differences. So I hope for some more specialized platforms for indigenous youth up in the north. And also, as Rikke said, that EU needs more visibility here in Greenland. It needs to be a lot more transparent. If you ask a young Greenlandic person here outside from this building, if you ask them about EU, what it is, they might not be able to answer your question, because there haven't been a lot of transparency on how EU influence Greenland, and people might not know about the substantial funding that EU has given to Greenland, and mostly important to education. And the other thing I would like to address is that us Greenlandic people might have other concepts about different topics. And yesterday there was I could feel a lot of tension between some people here in the debates. And I really think that I hope that you can be able to translate, not in a literal sense, but translate different EU objectives to a Greenlandic Greenlandic concept. So it will be better to understand on the shared values we have within the partnership. Yeah. So that's the thing I want to address. Be respectful, as also you said. Be able to understand on how we can tackle the green transition, but also because we have a lot of different understanding on how to tackle the environment and how to tackle young people, and not only environment, but also its resources. And I mean, there's going to be implications from turning to green transition for us. So I hope for better understanding in that.
Thank you very much. Before I open up for questions from the audience, I'd like to take one horizontal question, which I will ask all of you to give a quick reply to. And maybe it can be seen also a little bit like a takeaway from this panel. So my horizontal question would be then, how can the European Union help foster Arctic dialogue and expand international cooperation in the Arctic? And how can this be done ensuring inclusiveness for indigenous people? And maybe we'll start in this end.
Yeah, that can be a really short one, because more inclusiveness, as I said earlier, more give space to young people from here, indigenous Greenlandic people, Sami, just more inclusion and understanding, because we have different views. And as I said, we have different perspectives on how to see the world, see the nature. So just understanding from each other, because we need to make a compromise on meeting each other in order to move on. And yeah.
Thank you. Please.
I'm going to make my answer a little longer. Stop me if it's too long. I talked about the importance of local government previously, but of course there are many issues that cannot be solved on a local level. And also in our context, Sapmi crosses borders. And so I think the EU, with its experience in cross-border partnerships, can be a very valuable partner also for us. I'd like to give an example. We are now in the decade of indigenous languages. And I think that different indigenous people have the same or some of the same challenges when trying to preserve their languages. And one of the things that we place great importance on is the development of language technology and the opportunity to use your indigenous language on digital platforms. Because if that's not important, or if that's not possible, it's very difficult for a language to survive, I think, in the future. But that is a question that cannot be solved on a local level, or even a national level. That's where we need international cooperation, we need group pressure, maybe new legislation. And in these kinds of questions, I think the EU will be a very valuable partner.
Thank you for that very concrete and specific suggestion. Rike.
Well, how can we foster dialogue? I think you need to sit down and talk to people. Really basic thing to do. And since we will be here, we will be able to sit down and talk with people. And as mentioned, we are open to talk to all actors in society, and that's really where it starts. It's to talk to people and meet them where they are, and listen to them. Now you mentioned respect as well, you know, and not just focus on Nuuk in the Greenlandic context, but also focus on the wider picture in Greenland. I think that's what you can do, because, as was said, often the EU is this weird thing far away from many people, and it's not clear what we do or why we do it. And if you sit down and talk to people in their language, if you want, then it's easier to understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Petteri.
Thanks very much. Excellent points have been made by the previous speakers. I would highlight 4 items. One is a way for EU to help to foster would be to engage the Council and the Member States. The joint communication came out in October 21. The Council has still not debated the communication. I think the Council would need to debate and then issue conclusions. That would give more strength and visibility and possibly new ideas for the EU to take forward. Secondly, I know exactly what Rick meant when he said that it's not always easy to understand what we say. It is a challenge, but there is a sort of a communication challenge by the EU. EU has substantial resources, many programs, but many of these programs are very difficult to access. It requires a specific expertise to be able to access EU funding. It's difficult to have a comprehensive view on available funding. I think the joint communication referred to the one-stop shop, and I think that was a good idea and should be further pursued. 2 issues of importance that I would underline. One is youth. The EU really would need to find a way to engage with the youth in the Arctic. It is not enough to have a young person taking part in an event or a panel or a seminar. We really have to go the extra step to listen what they say and take that seriously and act upon what the youth of today are telling us. It is their future. It's not ours. And any way to facilitate that by creating a structure or format or whatever would be useful. In the Arctic Council context, we had concrete suggestions that we're working on, and I hope that we will be able to get back to those ideas. And finally, one thing which unless I missed it, has not been referred to, and that is gender. I think this panel is very gender balanced. This is what it should be, quite frankly. And I would highlight the Arctic Council Gender Equality in the Arctic project, which has been implemented for several years, and I think Iceland would need to be applauded for their leadership in that. There are specific, unique, and very important challenges that would need to be met in the circumpolar Arctic as regards the gender equality and gender issues in general. And that was also referred to in the EU's joint communication. And I think the gender issues could be a productive avenue for the EU to pursue further in cooperation with the Arctic people and Arctic states, so that in the future there would be more panels with this composition. Thank you.
Great points there. Thank you for raising also the gender aspect.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for excellent points in the panel. So I will try to be just brief and add that I think that the EU can play a very significant role in setting the standards and recognizing the indigenous peoples' status as peoples in concrete action. For example, the EU are in several and many international forums. We can take, for example, the Climate Convention, where the EU could step up and also include and speak for the inclusion and the full and effective participation of indigenous peoples. So it's not only within the EU, it's also the EU action in other forums where the EU could take a very firm stand. But also we need a coherence between the external and internal policies on indigenous peoples, and because that was also mentioned yesterday, that we see a very very clear wording on indigenous peoples in the external policies of the EU. And we see, of course, the potential of also strengthening then the internal policies. And one of these are, we see the wordings of upholding the right to free, pride and informed consent in the EU Arctic policy, and that is a very positive step taken, and upholding that standard also in concrete action, as we heard yesterday. Because what we need is the full and effective participation, because then we can have the partnership and the dialogue on equal terms, and then we can have the true inclusiveness to find the right solutions and the sustainable solutions that we need. So I would say that EU can play a very important role in making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now I would like to open up for questions from the audience, and we will collect a few, and please keep them rather short and succinct so that we have time for several. And before you ask, if you could please also identify yourself and to say who in the panel that you direct your question to. So I see, yeah, okay. So here in the middle, please.
Thank you. Sorry, my name is Tove Sundhelgen, and I'm an official of the Foreign Affairs Department, and now currently I'm posted to Iceland, to our Greenland representation there. But I also have the file on Indigenous Peoples' rights on behalf of our ministry and on human rights. And that is due to the few resources that we have in our ministry, so that those of us sitting in our representation also have to tackle or have portfolios that rightly belong at home in Nuuk. But anyway, I also have a past. The past 20 years of my career, I spent half of them in EU institutions, and latest in the External Action Service, where I had a role in writing the Joint Staff Working Document on Indigenous Peoples, and also in the Council conclusions on Indigenous Peoples in external action. My reference to, and I'm so happy that Petteri mentioned the role of the member states, because if the Sami want to strive for internal, external coherence of EU policies, then you actually need the Justice and Home Affairs ministries of the member states. It's from them that the initiatives have to come. So I would suggest in any future EU Arctic forums that care is taken actually also to invite representatives of the Justice and Home Affairs ministries of the EU member states. So that was just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this suggestion, and I take it home with me. And indeed, it's very important that in the discussions here have come out also the role of the member states and the different parts of the Commission. Thank you. I think there was a question up here as well. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Stefan Mikaelsson. I am Deputy Chair of the Sami Parliament Board, Swedish branch. I will inform you briefly about Sami Parliament. We have opened admission for new applicants to become registered to our voting list to take part in the upcoming election. We have more than 30,000 names. These names voted in recent elections and created more than 90 indigenous parliamentarians. We are planning the Sami Parliament to have common election day in 2028. I will echo from the past. I took part in a roundtable conference organized by the European Commission in 1998 regarding a policy for indigenous peoples outside the Union. Lesson learned, the way forward, best available practice in 25 years has brought us to where we are now. Companies, as well as state-owned companies without policies regarding human rights, indigenous peoples should not be welcome in the Arctic. So my question is, when will the European Union establish a policy regarding indigenous peoples inside the Union? Kiitos. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Does this work? Yes. Okay. Hey, I'm Julius Mikael Eriksson Lindy, and I'm a part of the EU Sami Youth Lab. So my question is directed to Nini Malu. Since you're a part of a youth organization or a network, I was interested in hearing if there are any specific positive impacts or resolutions that have been realized as a result from your organizational work of the OCT network as a whole, or as if you have anything you've done yourself. And yeah, also I have a second question. Since a lot of us are part of youth organizations in our respective countries, I'm a chairperson in Norway, so others are in Sweden and Finland. I was wondering, do you have any advice on how to create, for us, on how to create more engagement for being involved in the EU youth initiatives for youth people? So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that question. If there's anybody, yes, one more.
Oh, thank you. Adam Stempin, Arctic Center, University of Lapland, and I think my question is to Åsa Rasmussen primarily. I actually asked this question some years ago to one of your colleagues. I think, especially in the EU context, as Sami, the only indigenous people within the Union, indigenous people tend to represent certain different viewpoint, different sensitivity. I'm just wondering if you see a possibility for this indigenous Sami voice to be more heard, not only in the issues that are specifically indigenous, where you have specific, impacts on indigenous people, but when it comes to the general policies and our general choices about our economy, about our, security policies, about our development strategies. Do you feel that for example, whether we think about the Sami Council or Sami parliaments, there are possibilities to hear this Sami voice in these general choices that we make as societies more clearly? Because I think that is something that we don't see so much, and I think that there are issues with capacity, there are issues with people being willing to hear indigenous people in this non-indigenous somehow context, or not directly indigenous context. That would be my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's start with the last question.
Okay, thank you. That was good. Then I can have it fresh in mind. Thank you for that question. And yeah, I agree. I think that there are huge potentials for indigenous peoples all over the world, but also for the Sami and the Inuit to give input on a range of issues, because our societies are as diverse as other people's societies. But we tend to be put in boxes, and we tend to be, as you say, included in when we are speaking about specific indigenous issues. And of course it is also, as you say, it's it could be various reasons. Of course it's also about capacity to engage, but it also is about the possibility to engage. And for example, I previously mentioned the climate convention. And when it comes to climate change and the combat of climate change and finding sustainable solutions for the future, I think that indigenous peoples all over the world could teach surrounding societies so much, because we have kept the notions of circular economy and sustainable resource use within our traditional economies and traditional livelihoods. So there is so much to bring to the table, but we are still arguing for the full and effective participation in these forests. So I think that it's holding back not only us as peoples to develop our societies, but also it's holding back the international discussions and us together finding the best solutions and the best sustainable solutions. It's as President Holmberg said in his speech, that there is no sustainable solutions and sustainable decisions without the indigenous peoples. And I truly believe that, and that is applicable to a range of issues. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. I think there was a direct question to you as well.
Yeah, I would just like to add a comment on the last question as well. I think the special rapporteur yesterday really pointed out that traditional science is scientific knowledge. So I think I'm just a bit of tired of being on EU terms and how to understand the law and the system of EU. So it's, yeah. I just we just need to find a middle ground to understand each other. Even though we can have different perspectives, we need to understand each other, and not only in EU terms, and it needs to be also in indigenous terms as well. And the question for the OCT Youth Network, it is newly established. It was established last year, and I'm gonna be a member until this summer, and then we're gonna find 2 new members from Greenland. So I think I can, I think from our experience and when we visited Brussels, is that we met with the EU stakeholders, and just meeting them and being heard in our discussions, it felt really empowering, because we've not always been invited to these discussions, and being able to actually talk with these people because there's always a barrier, especially when you live in Greenland and it's far away. So it's just like, just giving a voice, just learning how to talk European, you know, how to understand the concepts and being able to have a conversation is really empowering, and I think that's the positive influence that has had on me personally. Yeah. So, but we haven't finished the membership yet. So, but maybe next year I can really, understand what I have learned as well.
Thank you. Rikke, please.
Well, if I can just add to that, now I wasn't there at the time, but to give you the feedback, if you didn't get it, people were very impressed. So that's also a take-home for you, and if that's also a little bit a reply to the question that you may not see tangible outcomes, but you are seen and you're heard, and people listen to you. So. That was just a small feedback for you.
Thank you. Yeah, please, Petteri.
I mean, the only thing I can add on the question on how to get engagement for the youth from those who are no longer young, I think, is to be vocal, to put forward ideas, make your views known, demand engagement. If you don't get engagement, demand engagement again. Keep demanding the engagement until you get engagement. I think that's the solution.
Thank you. I see we have come to the end of time here, but just to check, any last remarks further from any of the panelists on any of the questions that were put, or anything else that you want to say now? No? Okay, excellent. Then if I could ask everybody to join me in an applause for the panel.
Okay, so welcome to our second panel today, which will be dedicated to food security, and I have the pleasure to welcome on stage Anu Fredriksson, who is the Executive Director of Arctic Frontiers. Welcome, Anu.
Thank you so much, Rafael. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good day. Welcome to follow today's session focusing on food security. Now, ever since a war broke out in Europe, one of the main global concerns has revolved around access to the 3 Fs. And those 3 Fs are food, fuel, and fertilizers. And we all know that the Arctic can play a role in the quest to these, especially when it comes to feeding the global population. We can provide them with access to proteins from the ocean. But at the same time, we are a region where many of our communities base their livelihoods on subsistence herding. This illustrates some of the challenges faced by Arctic local and indigenous communities. And in today's panel, we will discuss how geopolitical, economic, development, and climate change issues impact societal matters in local and indigenous communities. With me, I have a great panel with expertise from policy, indigenous organizations, research, and business. And I want them to join me on the stage now. Please welcome them all. So, to start with, we will hear from an actor representing traditional subsistence lifestyle and also a major food exporter. 90% of Greenlandic exports actually consist of seafood. Unfortunately, His Excellency Minister Karl Tobiassen, the Minister of Fisheries and Hunting from the government of Greenland, was not able to join us today due to last-minute changes, but we are very pleased to have with us Head of Division, Amalie Jessen. How does Greenland contribute to food security in the region and globally? And what challenges does Greenland face in this front?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to make a speech on behalf of Karl Tobiassen, who is not able to be here. And he appreciates very much that focus has been given to focus food security in the Arctic, as we are very dependent on our own resources, but also to our seafood export to other countries. Greenland relies its societies on fish and animals much more than other countries because we have limited agriculture and other industries. Fish and marine mammals are our food and basis for food security for families. It should be also emphasized that especially marine mammals or marine terrestrials have special importance for the society and its development when it comes to food security and self-sufficiency. We cannot live without mammals. They are our food, identity, and culture, and important supplements to earning from fisheries and fish industry. Government of Greenland set quotas for marine and terrestrial mammals in order to make it possible for families to be self-supplying for local food and to allow local trade of catch of the day. We also receive annual quota for large whales from the International Whaling Commission, which can contribute up to 570 tons of whale meat annually. Furthermore, we have also other marine mammals like harp and hooded seals, ring seals, which plays great contributors to food security locally and regionally. Greenland also get income from exports from fish and shellfish. In 2021, 98% of the value of the exports are attributable to the fishing industry. And the Greenlandic exports on species on shrimp, halibut, and cod are accountable for 82% of the value of total Greenlandic exports. And the minister have stressed before that in our effort of implementing self-governance in Greenland, full utilization of all available resources is necessary. All raw materials have to be utilized in an effective way and high level so we can limit the import of Western food and in that way participate in the reduction of CO2 emissions. By a higher level of utilization and increased manufacturing our own resources, we will also reduce and limit modern lifestyle diseases that are occurring more often in Greenland. Our traditional food has been evaluated by medical doctors and other scientists. The scientists recommended Inuit or local people not to reduce or stop eating traditional food because these products are healthier than industrialized and imported food. In order to reduce the time in my... I will also answer the biggest challenge that was mentioned in the question, that the importance of self-sufficiency, which is securing for food security, are not taken into account in all aspects, because we have challenges that other countries are deciding some regulations or laws that are limiting us utilizing the, for instance, seal skin or seal products. So we are not heard in all our dialogue, even with such kind of dialogue we have today. Many decisions have been taken in the industrialized countries based on feelings and not on facts. Some of the examples of solemn principles that could be challenges are the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights of 1966. It says that all peoples may freely dispose on the natural wealth and resources, and that in no case may a people be deprived of its own means of subsistence. I can also mention 3 other international treaties that maybe have challenged us in our way of securing food security. I hope that our meeting here in Nuuk will generate a new inspiration in our unity towards the outside world to make more use of our local resources to secure, to have a food security in the Arctic. And I'm thanking on behalf of Carl Tobiasen.
Thank you, Amalie Jessen. Our second speaker represents a traditional livelihood which very much revolves around food production. I don't think she needs any further introductions. Also, Larsson Blind, the Vice President of the Sami Council, you have a long background working with Arctic Council issues and have certain numerous positions of trust. Now, how can the relationship between the European Union and the Arctic be enhanced in terms of food security? And how can indigenous peoples play an active role in this?
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the opportunity to be in also this panel. And I would like to start by sharing a bit about my understanding of of the concept of food security, because in my view it also includes food sovereignty. And food sovereignty, it is the right of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food systems. So it's a wide term and includes many aspects. And in a Sami context, food is not only about the calories or nutritions, and this is something we share with other indigenous peoples, of course. It is a core part of our culture and identity. Our food systems provide the foundation of our existence and our holistic worldview. And our distinctive and profound relationship with our land, territories, water, and coastal seas includes the understanding that we are an integral part of the environment. So our food systems depend on a healthy environment and access to traditional resources. And they play an important role in maintaining our cultures, knowledges, and identities, as well as our physical and mental well-being. So in this context, we were encouraged when we read the EU Farm to Fork strategy, as it strives for resilient food systems, healthy diets, and just livelihood for producers. And the strategy outlines goals to reduce pesticides and fertilizer and to increase organic food production. So the strategy is actually basically suggesting that the rest of Europe should strive to do what we are already doing. So in this transition, we see that we have a broad knowledge base on circular economy and sustainable use of our traditional food systems that we can share in implementing this strategy. But this, of course, means that the EU must develop a platform for our participation and our expertise in this implementation. And the EU must also get a deeper understanding on how food production in the Arctic differs from food production in the southern parts of Europe. And this is especially important when new regulations are introduced or when support mechanisms are designed. And because they cannot hamper our traditional use of our food systems. And even if the EU is about open markets within the Union and of course trade with other regions, we must also recognize the importance of supporting and strengthening the self-sufficiency within our regions. And this is a challenge that we very much saw during the pandemic, how vulnerable we are. And EU rules and regulations need to be then supportive of local food production. And they must also recognize traditional foods and practices and how important they are to maintaining our food systems. Since our Sami food production is an asset and a great resource in maintaining self-sufficiency of food production in Sápmi, not only for the Sami communities, of course, but in the region at large. So, thank you.
Thank you. So may I just pick up on something that you said? You said the European Union should develop a platform for your participation. Do you have any good advice as to how to do that, since you have the eyes and ears of the European Union here?
Well, of course, I talked about in the last panel about our strategy on how to formalize the partnership between Sápmi and the EU. So, of course, we also need to talk about how we can engage and have the inclusiveness that we talked about in the last panel in specific initiatives and the strategies. So the Farm to Fork strategy, for example, we could, for example, do a plan for how to implement this in Sápmi as a region, and we could make a plan that would be inclusive with the Sami actors and also regional actors within this region to identify the specific needs and what this strategy would mean for the food production and to support the self-sufficiency within this region. Because we know that food production is something that we need to strengthen to also be less vulnerable. And all the extra challenges the climate change is causing also, of course, needs to be included in such a plan.
So issue-specific dialogue, in other words.
Yes.
Excellent. So I started off by describing the access to the 3 Fs. So food security has been in the epicenter of global discussions these past months. Food is also essential for social and economic life in a region that depends on food production and exports, such as the Arctic. Our next speaker is a researcher within traditional food risk benefit and family health at the Greenland Center for Health Research. Dr. Gert Mulvad. How can access to sufficient, safe, healthy, and culturally appropriate food be ensured? And which factors do you see playing a role in this process?
Thank you for the introduction. Food and mental health is so close related to Arctic indigenous peoples. mental health have been mentioned many times yesterday and today, and especially from the youth, a strong message on high suicide rate in the Arctic area was mentioned. It have a great input, hopefully, on all of us, especially for me as working as a family health doctor, seeing that problem as my daily work. And here, I think that have this opportunity of connecting food and mental health is so important to find some solution for that. We have challenges in Greenland, but first of all, I will say that Greenland is one of the best countries to live in, to raise your children and your grandchildren. It's possible to get a high education and to maintain your language. It's possible to have a freezer full of the best and the most healthy food in the world. Arctic indigenous peoples have an inborn relation between nature, food, environment, and health. It has, in the last decade, brought that view into Western science under the headline One Health, where they know that they have to have a more holistic approach due to health, mental health, health for the nature, which is a thing which is natural for Arctic indigenous peoples. Food security is individual responsibility when you are harvesting, preparing, and storing food. When we are talking about reindeer, muskox, seal, whale, polar bear, shrimp, cod, many of you are thinking on animal, thinking on quota, thinking on relation to climate change and contaminant, but for us it is our food, it is a part of our daily life. But we have the challenge here in Greenland. Many surveys have shown that the food intake is nearly 80% from imported food and only 20% for country food. Therefore, Greenland Council of Food and Environment, which have 10 recommendations, I will mention here 3, which is very important. Eat local food. Follow the season. Think about that. We know when the reindeer hunting starting. We know when the Arctic char are coming. We know when the whales are coming and we can have fresh madak whale skin. There are other recommendations: collecting, preparing, and eating food together in the family. This is one of the best recommendations to get a better mental health and for suicide prevention. I will repeat: collecting, preparing, and eating food together in the family. Infrastructure are built up favorizing distribution of imported food and the export of fish and shrimp. There are not much infrastructure supporting the home market for food. We also have to think about and use the education. I can mention that we at the university here in Greenland now have an Institute of Health and Nature. This connection with health and nature is a thing which is what we and how we see those connected, but it is not seen in, I think, other universities to connect an Institute of Health and Nature. We have to use the kindergarten and the school to build up the connection between nature, food, environment, and mental health. Family in a modern world where both parents are working 8 to 4 every day have to build into their family life the connection between nature, food, and mental health. But it is not an easy challenge to fulfill when you are working 8 to 5 for both parents. I will shortly put a couple of points more.
Please be brief now. Time's running out.
Yeah, okay. Just to say that UN have a 10-year commitment on the ocean. We get our food from the ocean. Greenland government have made a huge investment, 235 million Danish kroner on a research vessel, Dialogue, to go into the research on the fish stock, the ocean bed, etc. So we are prepared to a close collaboration on the research with the EU on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, you mentioned a very important point. 80% of food in Greenland is imported. And our next speaker represents a business who is actually trying to solve parts of that, though in Sweden. Moa Johansson, you are the CEO of Containing Greens. This is a company that was founded in 2020 with an idea of making northern Sweden more self-sufficient and sustainable in the future. So, two-part question to you. How does, first and foremost, climate change in the Arctic affect traditional food systems and thus cause implications on the region's food security? And how does Containing Greens contribute to sustaining food in the Arctic and ensuring food security?
Yes, so thank you very much for having me. Just to start off, I want to give a short background story to Containing Greens. We are a company that was funded out of a question, and the question was to find a problem that northern Sweden was standing in front of in the future and to solve it. So about 95% of all the greens in northern Sweden is imported, and the numbers look similar in the rest of the Arctic, as we also heard now. The problem behind this number you probably know all about, so therefore I will focus more on the solutions. Climate change is and will affect the Arctic, and we cannot predict exactly on what extent. So therefore, we are focusing more on creating more resilient methods of vegetable productions that works today, tomorrow, and for years ahead. We do not want to replace existing businesses and current produce of vegetables in the Arctic or in our county, but instead we want to see how we can help each other by covering parts of the year that is not possible to grow vegetables today. The existing greenhouses do not operate during wintertime, mostly because of the very high costs of heating the greenhouses. By stopping cultivation for long times of the year, it creates long periods where we have a very low access to locally produced vegetables in the areas. So is that dangerous? No, that's what we have right now. But in the times we live in, we have begun to realize that there is things we need to secure, and the access to food is one of the things that we have realized that we are not able to be too dependent on other actors, especially when it comes to food, the food we eat every day and that we need to survive. One company, like Containing Greens, cannot solve the problems by ourselves. But we have noticed some interesting remarks that I will share with you today. So in order to secure food security, there needs to be an opportunity for farmers and for food producers, and not only the ones doing vegetable productions, but also livestock, to adapt to other tracks without taking too much time from their established businesses. Hydroponic cultivation, as we do, is very easy. Almost anyone could do it, but there is a big investment barrier. For SMEs and for farmers, the administrative step to apply for funding from the EU can be very complicated. It often takes as long time to do the administration as it does to run the project itself. It's unfortunate when we have actionable companies that want to work with their hands to change society and provide for the residents in their local communities. Another point I want to make, which currently we are working on, but we can always improve, is that you can not only just build big productions or big farms without thinking about the consequences. We work with climate, social, and economic sustainability, and work with the municipalities to educate people. People who are far from working life, people who need to learn the language. And we try to make materials to be recycled, materials that is produced, consumed, and also then recycled within the county itself. Last but not least, we ensure that heat is recycled within the heat-generating and often energy-demanding industries by using that to heat the greenhouses. That said, we at Containing Greens cannot supply the entire Arctic, and we never probably will. But we want to inspire more people to follow our example, and that implies not only cabbage farming, which we're doing, but all types of farming. And together, we can strive to increase production that secures the access to vegetable in the Arctic. Thank you.
Thank you, Moa. You said that you are not able to provide food for the entire Arctic, but have you done any studies or looked into as to how easily scalable the business is?
It is very scalable, absolutely, and we are thinking of how we could do it in other places as well. But we have to start somewhere, and we're starting in Luleå, northern Sweden. And we are only 4 people, as it seems right now, but we're trying to expand. But I think we have to help each other. 95% is not easy for one company to solve, so I think we have to help each other.
I think your company is a great example of what the European Union Arctic Strategy actually calls for: innovative new workplaces, and also mentioning indigenous people, women, and youth as a part of that. So thank you for sharing that inspiring story with us. Now, yesterday and this morning, we heard it from many stakeholders and many people, not to mention Commissioner Sinkevicius himself, that the EU and the Arctic are together. We've heard of the European Union's ambitions in and commitment to the Arctic. And in my view, as the largest global regulator, the European Union definitely does have influence through its sheer market power. And therefore, we are very happy to have a representative from DG Mare with us to discuss food security. Miquel Roncero, you're International Relations Officer at DG Mare, and you focus on EU Arctic policy, as well as bilateral relations with the United States and Canada. How does the European Union see food security matters developing both globally and in the Arctic? And what role does the Arctic play in this regard?
Thank you, Anu, and well, thank you all to the colleagues, to the panelists here. The European Union sees the outlook of food security globally, unfortunately, in a worrisome way. So things are not going very well. In 2022, we had roughly 222 million people suffering from hunger, from food insecurity. And this number increased from 2021, where it was roughly 190 million. So things are getting worse. More people are suffering around the world. And this is linked to several crises coming together. We had started, we have climate change that is already affecting food systems and food production all over the planet. We are now coming out, still recovering from the COVID pandemic and all the disruptions that caused to food supply chains and to transport. We have also seen in the last years an increase in energy prices and in fertilizer prices. And last but not least, Russia's aggression on Ukraine, Russia's war on Ukraine is artificially creating an increasing food security matter, a food security issue. So we have this combined crisis that, as I mentioned, in 2022 increased the number of people suffering from hunger around the world. And this is a very, very worrisome trend because we are not on track to achieve the goal of zero hunger by 2030 as one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, at Arctic level, the situation in terms of food security, we know that specifically locally, family level, community level, there are issues, there are matters, we will discuss them, we are discussing them, but at large, it is not such a worrisome situation as it is globally, fortunately, with the nuances of that, this is not the case when you zoom in to local families, to local communities. In this case, the Arctic is a contributor to food security at global level. So it's part of the solution today, and this is done via sustainable fisheries, where the EU is playing a big role in ensuring that fishing is done sustainable so we can feed today ourselves, but also their children, and the children can be fed, can use fish in the future. There is also a big potential for aquaculture in the Arctic, for new species. We don't need to eat always the same fish. There is other fish that can be eaten, other sea species that are also nutritious and can be eaten. And algae, for example, is one of the products from the sea that has a bright future to play here. But the Arctic also has a potential for mineral fertilizers, for phosphorus. This is something that can be developed also in the future. One final point for the Arctic, and this perhaps is more anecdotal but it's quite relevant, is that the globe, the planet, put on the Arctic its trust for the long-term food security of us all. And I'm talking, of course, about the global seed vault in Svalbard, where we have a collection of seeds, the history of agriculture of humankind there, and which is also, unfortunately, affected by the consequences of climate change today. So the doomsday vault is at slight risk. The EU in general is trying to avert a bigger crisis when it comes to food security. We are working in the forefront of global efforts. For example, we are trying to get as much grain out of Ukraine as possible through the solidarity lanes, which complements the efforts in the Black Sea. We are working with the international community, with FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, with the G7, with the Global Alliance of Food Security, and with the UN Global Crisis Response Group. So we are working with all the international partners to ensure that food that is around can be distributed to those that are in need. We are and remain leaders in terms of humanitarian aid, much of which unfortunately goes to food. And overall, we are just through implementing our own goals through the European Green Deal, we heard also biodiversity strategy, farm to fork strategy, trying to reduce and make food more available globally. And I would just like to finish by saying, Dr. Mulva, that I agree with you. We should, as much as possible, eat locally, seasonally, and with friends and family.
Thank you, Miguel. Those were great quotes. Now, I would like to move forward in the discussion and actually engage you in the dialogue as a panel. But before that, just a reminder to the audience, we will open up the floor for questions in about 20 minutes' time. So please start preparing your questions already. And already at this stage, I want to underline, please keep them brief. We'll get back to you. I will monitor the audience. But first, we've heard that the Arctic becomes more connected. More and more different foods are available in the supermarkets. How are these influences changing food patterns in the Arctic and amongst indigenous communities? And are there any challenges that you foresee in this development? Also, would you like to go first?
Yes, sure. Thank you for the question. And yes, there are of course changes, and we see that we have greater possibilities now actually to have fresh food already around. We can preserve food in other ways, and also of course the influences of different foods. But I would say that there is always a market for good products and good food are always valued. So what we need to make sure in this opening up and sharing markets also and influences from others are that the local food systems are not hindered in a damaging way. Because if we allow that to happen even further, I would say that we are already needing some action to secure this, but this will make areas vulnerable, and it will then make us vulnerable also when it comes to the food sovereignty, and it will endanger our indigenous cultural practices and traditional livelihoods. So, but with that said, indigenous peoples like the Sami, we have always had influences from surrounding cultures, and we have always used elements of, and we have traded and used, had elements of joint resource use from surrounding groups. So it's not the influences in itself that are an kind of a threat, but it's rather the circumstances that the combination of loss of access to traditional foods and also the decreased possibility to maintain our own food sovereignty. I would say that that's the threat, and also the not being given the option to choose the influences, and but rather being then forced to give up traditions and traditional practices. That is what is causing the problem. So I think this is something that it's not only the influence of other types of foods, it's also what's happening with securing our traditional livelihoods.
Thank you. So how does this look like from a Greenlandic perspective, Amalie Jessen?
Yeah, thank you. Availability of the foods from outside is not a problem by itself, as some families have no food provider, fisherman or hunter, and they are therefore depending on what they can buy in the food stores. But children and young people and older people who are in institutions might have no alternative to eat than the institution is given. And due to the high prices of some local food, it might have influenced food patterns in the Arctic in general, especially on young families with small children and young people. It is also up to parents how they bring up their children and young people to eat traditional food and food in general. And one of the challenges we see is that the imported food are more dominating, as mentioned by Gerd Moberg, in the menu within the families that have no food provider. And that is a very big challenge, both on healthy issues, but also that food in general are very expensive. And one of the biggest challenges we have in the Arctic, also in Greenland, are the geographical distances and difficulties in transport and freight from one place to another, especially on local food that could be distributed to other regions. It's not always that caribou is not available in East Greenland. Musk oxen is only available in some places, and so we need transportation, and this is not geared to support the whole area. So that is one of the things that I could mention.
Thank you. Gert, would you like to supplement on that?
Yeah, I will go back to the recommendation, eat local food, and it is because local food is the most healthy food. The local food is more or less without sugar. A lot of imported food is full of sugar. And at the moment here in Greenland, we see an epidemic increase in diabetes and obesity. And that is a huge problem due to the health. So eat local food, it's the most healthy thing. And then, of course, the mental part, which is so important to find solution on that. Here, the food, the connection to the nature, and what come out of that is important to bring back to our people here in the Arctic area.
Thank you. That was a powerful reminder. Moore, what's your take on this?
Yeah, so we know that our way of eating has changed, but also the way of farming has changed as well. So in one of our greenhouses, we currently have palm trees and banana trees. There is no bananas yet, and there probably will take some time before that, and that's not where we have the focus, but it's absolutely possible. The food trends where you can choose basically whatever you want in the stores from all over the world, I think that will change. We already see that local produced food has become more and more important to people, and you value it a lot higher than before. And I think that's kind of a consequence from the pandemic, but also a big benefit for the earth and the climate. The difficult thing here with the local produced food is the term of price. So we live in times with with a lot of high prices on food. We live in times where the households have less money. You don't buy the most expensive food in the supermarket, and it's kind of hard to get down the prices and confirm them to what the rest of probably Europe has in prices. So that's something we really need to work with, and to take some help from municipalities and from the states to make it possible to go down in prices and actually compete with the big producers.
So subsidies, Arctic subsidies on food prices?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Mikael?
So I'm aware I'm probably the least qualified person in the panel to try to answer this question. But I can add that in January this year, so very recently, the European Commission published a document. It's not Arctic specific, but it's a document focusing on food security, the drivers of food security. And here I think that there are very good insights that also apply to the Arctic region and to Arctic communities. There are some strategic challenges that have been mentioned, the economic vulnerability of depending on external foods, this reliance that also affects cultural and societal aspects, because you lose your traditional country food, and you basically, had mentioned, for example, sugars, which is obviously an issue in a lot of packaged food. And this links to health, different health issues. But there are also practical challenges, like the remoteness, distances, all that has an increase in prices. When you have to transport food or even fly food, it's difficult. You also need certain infrastructure to keep it, to distribute it. So it's not just having it somewhere. And this also impacts the prices. And there is a cost fluctuation here that it also links to fuel prices or energy prices. So all in all, it becomes more difficult to basically ensure that the country food, traditional food, is available every day or even just regularly. And the consequences of this go on more dependency, more reliance, higher costs, economic, but also social costs. And of course, the risk that this also poses to the cultural aspect of food security. And briefly on this, again, this would be what directly and indirectly we are trying to address with the European Green Deal, with the biodiversity strategy and the farm to fork strategy, to focus on local foods, to reduce pesticides, to reduce the harmful elements that we use for producing, and producing more locally, more organically, and focus on what's around you, because also, as Gert said, it's often the best food you have.
Thank you. Now, the impacts of climate change are everywhere. Also, they have an impact on the traditional food sources. We see that from the salmon runs to grazing areas for reindeer. Fish populations are also changing, migrating, adapting. What are the local and indigenous communities doing to face these challenges? And how could the European Union help them? Now I'm especially looking at you, Mikkel, but also an opportunity for you others to perhaps raise your wishes for the European Union. Amalia, if we start with you, and I kindly ask you to keep your responses brief. Thank you.
Thank you. Climate change has no significant effects in our choice of food yet. But we still prefer our own local food, prepared in a traditional or new ways. Without adapting to the new situations, we have not survived here in the Arctic. So we are adapting to new situations while respecting the traditionals and new things. Some families are using modern technology, like dehydrators to dry meat and fish. And one of the issues that could be done from the EU and other countries, industrialized countries, is to work more to minimize CO2 emissions. And in that way, climate change could be reduced more rapidly. Because it also affects our food, the mammals and fish are affected. It could also be that the EU could be a kind of ambassador in minimizing the climate change challenges, more than it says in the strategy. So EU could also accelerate transition to a low carbon resilient fishing sector. Because many fishing vessels are using, petrols that are very harsh to the nature and environment.
Thank you. Those are good suggestions. Åsa.
Yes, thank you. And I will try to be brief. But I just have to say that we are facing the challenges and coping with the challenges and the changing of climate change every season, all year round now. And actually my colleague that was supposed to be in this panel had to cancel her participation due to the global climate crisis. 70 centimeters of snow came during 48 hours and followed by 12 hours of rain. So that made it impossible situation for the family herd. So she had to, all hands on deck, she had to stay at home. And we see these extreme weather events more and more frequently. And what is affecting our traditional livelihoods are affecting our food and food systems and our food production. So this needs to be addressed in a more broad sense, but we also need to be more focused on concrete action on the needs that is already there and the challenges that we have already now. And for example, when we are talking about the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, the EU could help and support in seeing the potential in local food production and local food system, because I truly think that the quote from this panel is already set, and I think that that's the takeaway: eat local food, and that's because that's the most healthy, and eat seasonal food, and because it's not always necessary to look for the solutions from the outside. We should look at our local food systems and local food production and see the potential there and strengthen that. And because the local food production and local foods are most suitable, as we have heard so efficiently said. So that is something that the EU can really contribute to support the local needs in each region, to support local foods, because that's what is most suitable for us and what we do best, and what we could also then produce for other regions.
Thank you. Gert.
I would like to mention one place where EU can play a huge role. Here in Greenland, we have a lot of different local food, and we are also eating local food high in the food web. And here the contaminant give us a problem. There have been a huge work in EMAP Human Health Group through ICC due to, for example, try to demand PCB through the Stockholm Convention. And here we have succeeded and can see an increase of PCB in the Arctic area. But there is a lot of new things coming into the ocean and into the food web. I heard yesterday and some of the weeks before about PFOS in Denmark in the drinking water and what they are going to do due to that. But we also see PFAS in our food web and also in humans here in the Arctic area. And here, EU have something to do, and we hope they will do it. Thank you.
Yes, so very short, but I think we can help the local food producers to make this transition that they actually need to survive, because we don't need less food producers, we need more. So with the help of the EU, with projects and funding, I think we can be helping them and also establish more and new food producers in the local areas.
So funding would be the key in your view?
Yes.
Great. Mikkel, how do you respond to that?
I would like to first thank you all for the suggestions. We take note, and it's not that we take note. I can also say that we are not patting ourselves in the back. Don't get me wrong. There is a lot to do, much work to do. But when you are talking about reducing CO2 emissions, we are working on that. We are doing that. We are moving towards a carbon neutral economy by 2050 with really, really ambitious targets by 2030. When we are talking about supporting local foods, local producers, that's also part of the biodiversity, the Farm to Fork strategy. So it's there. So again, thank you for in a way showing that what we have is more or less going in the same direction, but at the same time keep raising the voices so we don't lose track of the final objective, because this is what we are here for, and again. Much work to do, much work left. Even though we are going in the right direction, still a lot to do left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikkel. It's very encouraging to hear that you really are listening to what's being said here. Now, dear friends, I would like to open the floor for you. And I see there are 2 questions over there. Let's start with the lady on the back in the middle. And then straight after her, we'll give the microphone to Mats Fredriksen. And if there are other questions, please just raise your hand. I will continue to keep an eye on you.
Hi, my name is Tina, and I'm from Ilimafik, studying culture and society of Greenland. I've been thinking about, and I don't know if I've suggested before in another forum, but what I'm thinking is we have 150,000 Inuit across the Arctic. Also, I guess they love seal meat. What I'm thinking is how can we help to produce or create some product that can be sold among those Inuit instead of trying to think of export or import toward European area. Why can't we think about the Inuit society that loves to eat seal meat, for example? We could help the hunters to produce packed seal meat that needs to be sold to other Inuits. How can we support those hunters?
Thank you. Let's take the other question straight away as well.
Yeah, so this was actually a question I would like to ask the minister, but now Amalie would have to answer it instead. For the past 10 years, the Greenlandic government has put the fishing quotas for many of the species 7 times, 5 times, 3 times higher than the scientific recommendations. And the private sector has gone out and said this is not sustainable. We will end up with a collapsed fisheries. The scientific recommendations are saying this is not sustainable. If you look at the whale species on the East Coast, the recommendation is 0. The quota is 50. For cod, sometimes it's 3 times the recommendations. So I hear a lot about sustainability, but from the political level, I keep seeing the scientific recommendations being ignored. So I would like you to ask, or to answer, how come that you are not following the biological recommendations when also the private sector is also asking for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's respond to these 2 questions, and then I at least spotted one more hand, so we'll take that afterwards. But the first question was about creating products to be sold to Inuit, specifically of seal, and then the second question was about fishing quotas. And Amalie, I think you are at least on the line here.
Thank you. On the fishing quota, I am not the right person to answer that. And for the recommendation on the whale species in East Greenland or somewhere, it is exactly for the food security that government of Greenland have set a quota. Greenland government is not only listening to the scientific advice, they are also listening to the local knowledge, hunters' knowledge. And hunters' knowledge is exactly saying that there are more than the scientists has announced on species of beluga or narwhal in East Greenland and West Greenland. So they have also taken into account the food security. Otherwise, they will be referred to eat from imported food, which is not recommended by the doctors. Thank you.
Any comments to the question regarding products from seals? Anything that you could reflect upon from a Sami perspective? Is there something, lessons learned?
No, but I would like to comment on the suggestion to look at our own markets. And I think that that's a really interesting viewpoint, that we should try to strengthen also the north-to-north collaboration within the Arctic and within our peoples, but also between our peoples. So I think that that is also a great potential, not only looking at the outside markets, but also the north-to-north. Thank you.
Gert, did you want to comment on the questions?
Yeah, I fully agree, and thank you for that question. But it is a question about infrastructure, how to get the food from the hunter to distribute it. It's a huge problem here in Greenland, and if we are thinking about sending to Canada and Alaska, there's a lot of infrastructure problem, but they could be solved if we want to go this way, and I think we have to go this way.
If we are going to distribute food from the local to Canada or Alaska, we are also challenged on the Marine Mammal Protection Act in the US, which forbids importation of marine mammal. And there are also veterinary laws that are limiting our way, how we can fry the local food. Even only to transport the food, traditional food, to Denmark, to people living in Denmark is very, very difficult. So this is a big challenge that could be helped by other countries like EU to set standards that is also taking account to the needs, both in Greenland and, for instance, in Denmark, to secure food security for local, for Greenlanders in Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the other panelists have any comments on these? No. Then I would like to go back to the audience. And there was okay, now I see 3 hands. So there's Silja Karina first, and then there's another question or comments on the back road, and then behind Silja Karina. There you go.
Thank you. We recently launched a global coalition on Indigenous Peoples Food System in October last year. It was a result and follow-up from the UN Food Systems Summit 2021. 7 member states and indigenous peoples from 7 socio-cultural regions of the world attend the coalition per date. The coalition's main objective is the preservation and strengthening of indigenous peoples' food systems and its recognition as key systems to inform the transformation of food systems. And we do need more states to support this indigenous-led initiative. I am now, in the beginning, the focal point in the steering committee for the coalition from the Arctic, representing both Samis and Inuit in the beginning. I have responsibilities in collecting traditional knowledge and fisheries as some of the things I am assigned to on behalf of the coalitions. I do want to ask the panel if they have a recommendation on the priorities for the coalition forward, and how do they see UN and EU as partners for ensuring the most sustainable and resilient food systems in the world today, the indigenous people's food and knowledge systems. And these systems are at risk of disappearing due to a number of factors, including extractive industries, displacement, climate change, intensive agriculture, and livestock rearing, the commodification of foods, and the continued lack of protection of indigenous people's collective rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's also take the other question, 2 rows behind Silja Karina. Patty Bruns, Arctic Communities Forum.
Hi, I'm really interested in the way this conversation is going, and I wanted to raise something that I worked on with Gordon Foundation and the Government of Canada. In October, we brought 15 emerging Arctic leaders to Reykjavik and held a policy hackathon on food security. And in 2 days, these 15 elder youths, we called them, came up with 15 recommendations. Or actually, they addressed 15 issues and came up with a set of recommendations that I really encourage you all to look at. But one of them is particularly relevant right now, and that is they discussed the significant barriers to circumpolar trade, which you've just raised. And they came up with a very concrete recommendation. And my question to the panel is this the call to action that we need right now? And it's this: establish a pan-Arctic food knowledge and trade framework, as well as a steering group that will draft a circumpolar agreement on food trade, north to north rather than south to north, and also support cross-border food cultivation amongst local and Indigenous communities. Is this what we should be working on and putting our energies towards to address all of the barriers that have been discussed today?
Thank you. And then a final brief comment from the back. Thank you.
It's I have a lot of things in my mind, but what I'm thinking is that the Samis, I know that for sure that they've been working on trying to unite the Samis from across the borders. It's the same here, but what I'm thinking is that the more we want to talk about health, we have to do about more our local foods, which, I mean, the local food that we eat, it's not every Greenlander that eats it, but I know for sure that the most Inuit people eat those local foods. So that's what I keep bringing it, like, why do we have to work on those borders when we have the same background and history and lifestyle? Why? I know that Greenlanders are more Europeanized, but that doesn't mean that we have to stop eating the local food. But that, yeah, that's what it's understandable.
Thank you. So 3 questions, and I would like to start from that end and provide you each an opportunity to respond. Mikkel.
Thank you, and I'll be quick. Silje, I mean, I agree with you on. I mean, it's a very important matter for the EU. The United Nations multilateralism is essential. I mean, we are one of the main actors within the UN system. The different ways we play there with FAO, with the Global Crisis Food Response Group, and we are a major donor in the United Nations. So for the EU is key. I mean, the UN international rules base or the UN Charter, multilateralism, it's a way to go. And also quickly on Patty, I mean, at the end of the day, this Pan-Arctic food system, I think, well, first, this is, it's a good idea, and it fits with what we are implementing from the EU side in terms of local production, organic production, less pollutants, less pesticides, so it fits in that area. Whether it is for the EU to take up or not, that's probably something for others to answer, but it fits with our goals and ideas, and I think that there could be exchanges between the EU and Pan-Arctic actors in this regard.
Thank you.
I would say we have a very strong message. Food is essential for all of us. We have to have it every day. So it's a thing which means something for all of us. But food for us is more than just food. And this message is important to bring out to the rest of the world. Food is a part of our life, it's a part of our culture, it's a part of the way we are harvesting, preparing, and being together in the family. We have a strong message about food security to bring out to others.
Thank you. Moa, did you want to comment on one of those questions?
Yeah, so I'm thinking of, we're talking a lot about how to produce food and that we need to make it more possible as well and to keep the traditions. And to keep the traditions, we also need to see the people behind the actual production, that there is a lot of youth. It's it's a tradition that it goes in families, but in a lot of families, the children chooses other works because it's not good to be able to, yeah, you want an education, you want to work with something that maybe gives a bit more money than agriculture maybe does. So we need to make it more attractive to actually work with food production, and it's a bigger question that we need to address as well. But we need to keep people actually wanting to work with the food production in the future as well.
Thank you. Åsa.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the additional aspects to this discussion. I think it was very good additions, and to the recommendation from the youth that it's why we need more youth engagement in the discussions, because we get these kind of great recommendations and great suggestions. So I think that that's certainly something to look at, how to expand the north-to-north and collaboration, and that could be a way of also raising the potential in our local food productions to those markets that are already convinced. And also to Silje Carina on the coalition, and I do believe that would be an important step for also the EU to look at how they could support the coalition in the work, because that is a global initiative. So that is something that could be a good support of indigenous food systems all over. And also what we have been talking about, and what was also said, that food is so interlinked with our ways of life and our cultures and our societies. So it's to secure the food systems, we need to secure our traditional livelihoods, our land use, and our access to our resources, and that's key. So it's we need to address this broadly, and in doing this, we need to recognize the cultural practices of harvesting and preparing and conserving and the food and our local foods, because unfortunately we see that those cultural practices are seldom not recognized, and sometimes actually not even legal. So this is something that we need to adjust. The rules and regulations need to recognize the ways that we prepare and harvest and use our local foods. So that is important for us to actually be able to strengthen and raise the potential.
Thank you. Amalia, final comments.
New Nordic food is a very good concept to use, but not only with the suggestion of eat locally, but the UN's sustainable goals is one of the most important goals to deal with is stop starvation. If we don't act locally, we cannot help globally challenges that we have with starvation. But eat locally, local food, and then you will also have well-being families and also well-being world. So that will be my last word.
Thank you very much. Time is running up. What we have learned during the discussions today is that food sovereignty really calls for a holistic worldview. It is very much intertwined with culture, with our identity, with the well-being, both physical and mental. We should eat local food, we should eat seasonal food, and we should definitely eat with our family and with our loved ones. Like within so many other sectors when it comes to the Arctic, also in terms of food production, there are some hindrances in the way. We have identified, for example, transport, price, lack of infrastructure as things that are still hurdles, where we hope that we can get some good help going forward. And we also heard that it needs to be more attractive to be food producers. Subsidies could greatly help so that we could actually get access to more local food. And then perhaps time is finally right to start considering pan-Arctic or circumpolar trade, also when it comes to food. With these concluding remarks, thank you so much for your active participation in the audience, and please join me in giving a round of applause to the excellent panelists that we've had here today.
How local and indigenous communities can both contribute to and benefit from EU research programs. So let me welcome all our panelists. I will introduce you one by one and already asking you a question. And let me start with Anna Maria Stan, who is a policy officer dealing with Arctic and polar research in the Directorate General for Research and Innovation in the European Commission. And previously, you worked also on education and culture issues, both in the Commission and at the UNESCO. So welcome to our panel. As we mentioned in our EU Arctic policy, some 300 million euros have been spent on the Horizon Europe on Arctic-related research, on biodiversity, on climate change, on observation, on sustainable development. So what are the prospects now on the Horizon Europe?
Yes, thank you, Raphael. And also I wanted to thank, like other speakers, to express gratitude to our host from Greenland for hosting this meeting here. And if you allow me, I'll try to give a context to your question, try to be brief. So first, the Horizon Europe program. So this is the research and innovation program of the European Union. It is on 7 years, 95.5 billion euros. It's the biggest program of research in the world, and it's also the biggest single program of the European Union. In terms of content, it's based on 3 pillars. The first one is excellent science, where basically in research infrastructure, scientists can propose topics. The second pillar is about societal challenges and industrial competitiveness, where it means that the topics will try to respond to the EU policy priorities. And the third one is about innovation with the creation of a new body, the European Innovation Council, and this is actually to help small businesses take research ideas and turn them into innovation in the society or the market. And I think this is very relevant, for example, for our previous discussion, because in the area of food security, there is a lot of research. Now, about Arctic research. This has been a priority for the program in the frame of research about climate change and biodiversity loss. So we are a bit in the area of the environment and, let's say, supporting the Green Deal. And when we talk about Arctic research in this context, the projects are, it's about natural sciences, looking at the Earth system. So trying to understand how this interconnected Earth system is working, and how the poles, the two ice caps, are influencing the weather and other changes. So it is as relevant, I think, for people living in the Arctic about the changing that they are undergoing as for anyone living on the planet, because the thing is that everyone will be one way or another affected by the warming of the Earth. And here we will have, if I take, for example, about Greenland, we have the Greenlandic ice sheet, so we have projects where scientists will look through different ways, through the satellites, through in-situ observation of the dynamics of this ice sheet, because if the Greenlandic ice sheet is melting, this will have effects not only, for example, on sea level rise, but you will have a big input of fresh water into the salted ocean water, which will change maybe the ocean circulation, which will change the climate patterns in all the northern hemisphere. Now, about the current work program, so the support continues. We have many topics about the sea ice, about the ice sheets of both Greenland and Antarctica. In terms of budget, we'll have for the next 2 years around 120 million euros support to Arctic and polar research. And I'd like maybe to highlight two coming calls, because they are also related to the previous and the current discussion. One, there will be one call on Arctic pollution, but it will be linked to the One Health approach, so linking the pollution and transboundary pollution, meaning that a lot of pollutants come from the rest of the world through different processes to the Arctic and stick to the ice and stay here, unfortunately. And linked to human health, because of course this poses a lot of health risks to both the animals and consequently the humans. So we are taking this holistic perspective, looking at pollution and also permafrost thaw, because this is another risk. And another call that will be open next year for the Arctic will be about traditional and indigenous knowledge. And I know the names are important, but it's difficult to find the right name. But the whole idea is also to look using participatory methods. So for research, how, first of all, traditional knowledge is valued, and also how is it actually used for decision-making and for environmental decision-making, like this idea of not taking only. Of course, science is very important, but we have other types of knowledge and other ways to see the world, and I think each has their contribution to make when we take decisions. Maybe I stop here for now, and I have more to say, but...
You'll get more chances.
Okay.
Many thanks to tell us, I mean, indeed, that the Arctic remains a priority, but in the way it also depends on how then the calls are being taken up. So that's a good reminder to anybody interested to make sure that indeed at the end we manage of this funding period of Horizon Europe, we manage to have at least the same amount of research being done on the Arctic. I would like to move to Ellen Saras-Parok. You are Vice President of the Sami Council, and you come from Grain in Norway, from a reindeer herding family, and you're also studying law at the Arctic University of Norway. And my question would be about local traditional and indigenous knowledge, which is sometimes overlooked, forgetting that the knowledge of local people about specific areas or historical patterns might not be fully taken into account. So in what areas do you think that local traditional and indigenous knowledge can best support and complement scientific approaches?
I will start where you left. For the first, I want to say that this knowledge, local and indigenous knowledge, is not supposed to complement the scientific. This knowledge is important as is parallel, and no one overgoes the other ones, but they have to fill each other and have to be combined. So local indigenous knowledge should be used at the same level as the scientifics. I just wanted to comment that first. But to the question where this knowledge is important, I will say in all areas. In all areas, the indigenous knowledge is important to get the full understanding into a project. The local who is living in the area are having the knowledge only a few person, maybe no one has. And it's to get an completely and trusting scientifics, it's important to get that knowledge into that. I'm going to talk a little bit of my own experience and knowledge, just to tell you what I mean with indigenous knowledge, or from my area. As you said, I'm from a reindeer herder family, from Sapmi, the Norwegian side. And in my sida, we have a lot of people that have knowledge in specific areas, what they think is interesting. And I have one colleague who is really an expert with the weather. He never used the weather prognosis because he knows what weather is coming the coming week, and he knows what weather it comes the next month. And he still used that when he's working with the reindeers. And because that's my colleague, I just need to follow him. So I can't use the weather prognosis either. But this was just to show that this knowledge is still alive, and we are using it. And I have been in Tromsø and been at the university, and I've tried to find this knowledge at the university, but I can't find it because it's very specific to my area, to my community, and where I have my reindeers. So I can't find it anywhere, and I have to talk to him if I want to get that knowledge. So if he's not sharing this knowledge with anyone, no one knows it. So what I want to say is that the local who lives in the area have historical knowledge about the land of in their area for hundreds and hundreds of years. And that's why I think it's so weird that traditional knowledge is not recognized, or we are not recognized to be a specialist in our field, in where we are living. That's often something we do hear, that the scientist says one thing, but we have other experience. But I also want to point that on the other side, we cannot expect the local and indigenous knowledge to give away their knowledge for every price. There have to be respect between the scientifics and the indigenous knowledge. This is why it's so important to include indigenous and local knowledge from the beginning in a project, and listen when they are talking and giving their information, and respect that to use. I'm sorry, I have a little bit my throat is hurting a little bit. And it's also important to remember that the local can decide for themselves which projects they want to be a part of, because you don't have to give away all the information all the time, and sometimes there is an expect that we have to do that. And I also want to lift up one more thing, and that is often when we talk about that the indigenous knowledge will support the scientifics, but we also should expect that the scientifics also support the indigenous and local knowledge when we're working with that. Yeah.
Many thanks. So indeed, to recognize local indigenous people as knowledge holders, that's of course the first step. And I want to continue on what you mentioned about how to indeed combine the two. And let me introduce you our next speaker, Tero Mustonen. You are a geographer and an author of many Arctic Council assessments. And you mentioned briefly yesterday, already in a question, that you lead the landscape rewilding program, the largest restoration program on private lands in Finland under the Snow Change Cooperative. So you have been working on to advance local traditions, cultures, and knowledge across the Arctic, in particular in Finland. And the idea, we heard it over the last hours and days, the idea of different Arctics has been mentioned several times. So in your opinion, what common approaches and can be applied to foster and include local knowledge into research projects? And what are the specific areas where one must observe local individualities?
Thanks, Rafael. And first of all, greetings to Kalalit Nunat and the Inuit Greenlandic people. I have had a wonderful privilege to visit your home area a few times, and we actively work in Aasiat and Attu area in Snow Change. So it's a great privilege to be here and take part in this EU Arctic Forum and Indigenous Dialogue. Snow Change was founded 25 years ago or 24 years ago by Stefan Mikaelsson, who is in the audience today, and myself and some of the Inuit and Finns and Russian indigenous peoples, because we felt in the year 1999 and 2000 that things are so bad in the Arctic and in the north, and climate change is getting so much worse. We have to do something positive. So we thought that change can go also the other way, and despite our differences in the north, nothing unites the Chukchi or the Finnish people who are not indigenous peoples. We can still unite around snow, for example. That's why the organization was founded. And here we are almost a quarter of a century later, and the basic message that was resonating in those meetings in the Arctic Council and many other workshops and seminars 25 years ago was that the basic view on the Arctic is, and I apologize here, but basically wrong. The view that the big entities in society, the way they are looking at the Arctic is completely wrong. And that's where the mistakes start, in my opinion. In some ways, there is no Arctic. There are homelands of indigenous peoples, and in some cases, for example, the Komi in Russian Arctic, they're homelands. These are societies that own, govern, and have kept these inherent unsurrendered rights to these lands for as long as people talk about the time immemorial, or for centuries and thousands of years in some cases. Why do we never start from this view? Why don't we start by recognizing, for example, the Sami Sida areas that existed well before the Swedish crown or the Norwegian state or the Finnish state or the Russians came into existence? These were societies that had, and partly still have, luckily, their own justice systems, ways of having relations both for their own citizens, governing of natural resources, health systems, and so on and so on. Today we call these topics indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, as Ellen Sarau mentioned earlier. But in fact, these were full human systems that were in control of their territories before the invasion started, or colonization, however you want to call it. That's why the way these indigenous and in some cases local societies like the Komi or the Yakut or others should be our starting point. Every landscape is therefore unique. Every place has histories and knowledges that are completely missing from the decision to build a mine, clear-cut the last North Boreal forest in Inari, or even think how we are going to come out of the collapse that's underway because of these climate problems. So I think the answer to this question, and therefore also to the research processes like Arctic Passion and many other initiatives, is that unless we realize that something completely different is going on and has been going on for a long time, the mistakes get repeated. They also become stratified. They are maximized through the different levels of governance in the EU with the different countries, and so on and so on. So in conclusion, I think there's a fundamental mistake that was made regarding the Arctic. And unless we correct our view very urgently and co-create and respect and advance a profoundly different understanding of the biocultural regions of the Arctic, we continue to make the same mistakes in research, in governance, and economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Tero. So change the starting point. Again, a good transition to our next speaker, Liselotte Sørensen. You're a scientist and you work on atmospheric sciences since 1990. And you are currently the head of section of atmospheric measurements in the Department of Environmental Science in Aarhus University. Climate and climate-related sciences, we heard also a bit from the background given by Anna Maria, are the forefront of Arctic research, at least certainly of European research for the Arctic. But when researching in the Arctic, how can researchers precisely best work with local and indigenous communities? And what are the lessons that you would like to share with the EU in particular, but more widely with anyone engaging in Arctic research?
Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, I have to admit I'm one of the strange scientists observing the Arctic. I think this microphone, oh, okay. So I'm an atmospheric scientist. I'm working in natural science. And I think that's important to say because natural scientists or scientists who work with the natural environment, observing the environments, we're kind of a tribe. We're the strange people you meet on the airplane coming into Greenland who always wear fjellreven pants and hiking boots. So it's easy to spot us. And I have to admit, for many years we've just been coming here as observers, studying the environment and not really considering the people in the area. And I guess that's true for most of not just the Arctic, but also in many places at the globe, that is how natural scientists often behave, I have to admit. And I think that's important because that's already creating a border, a boundary between local populations and science. But I hope that it's possible to change that by having taking indigenous knowledge and local populations experience into account when we are doing research. And as you mentioned, I'm leading or I'm a coordinator of a Horizon Europe project called Green Feedback, and we study greenhouse gases in the over different ecosystems in the Arctic. So it's not just in Greenland, it's also in the northern part of Scandinavia. And we look at methane and CO2. And as a part of this project, we actually try to read, this is just an example for how we do it in this specific project. Of course, it can be done in many different ways, but we actually decided to have a full work package, which is just focusing on how do we collaborate and how do we gain knowledge from the people in the areas, and how do we also give our knowledge to people in the area. So we use a word called co-design. I actually think it's an EU word. I'm not sure, but in a co-design workshop, we invite NGOs and we invite end users and stakeholders and people who are working in those specific regions we are looking at to co-design our field work. So we not only take into consideration the natural processes which are occurring due to climate change, but also due to changes in the way we act with the nature, because in reality we need to take a holistic approach and not just the usual approach, where we go out and measure wind speeds and CO2 emissions and temperature, but we also need to know how reindeer herding affecting the terrestrial areas, how is fishing affecting the marine areas, and we don't know that without talking to the people who lives there. So we're doing that as a part of this project, and we are just starting, so I can't say much about the experience yet, but I would love to do that next year, maybe. Hopefully we will have some nice experience. But we will actually start by having some workshops in the northern part of Norway. I also want to say, because this is just in greenhouse gases, and this is a very specific area which I'm working in, but Gert mentioned PFAS, pollution and those problems. And of course it's also important to, because in my department we have actually now started to look at PFAS in Denmark, but also in Greenland. And it is important to go and talk to the population who lives here to see where could it be important to look for PFAS, so we just don't go around and measure. I know that people measure in the northern part at Station Nord in Greenland, but that might not be the most obvious place. It might be better to do some studies around here. So.
Thank you, Liselotte. And now, last but not least, I turn to Kivjok Nivi-Løfström. You are the chair of the Human Rights Council of Greenland, and you lecture at the University of Greenland as associate assistant professor. Science, research, and innovation can be sometimes difficult for young people to break in, but it also offers a great opportunities for young researchers. So as an academic and also as a former co-chair of the Global Indigenous Youth Caucus, how do you see the role of the EU in supporting Arctic research?
When it comes to supporting Arctic research, the EU is really good at supporting research on the Arctic, but not on research with the Arctic. And I may be one of the only researchers you will see here that is of indigenous descent, maybe, because most of the other people who will present will be Danish or any other colonial power, or former colonial power, some will say. And because of that, there is still, even in the questions that were forwarded to us, kind of like you are this and this and this, and you have experiences in working with this. How do you work with those people? Like, how do you include those people? Is a new question that you need to add, because people have become aware how unfair it is to do research on the homelands of people, but also on people, without including them, without honoring them in any way. So there is a lot of history that we need to consider every single time we send someone up to do research here in Greenland, unfortunately, which is something we're really good at forgetting as researchers, because we're so good at looking forward. We want to explore the whys, the hows, and find answers, new answers. And that's why for some researchers it can be difficult to understand that there's some ethical guidelines we need to follow if we want to do research here in the Arctic. And yes, guidelines have been made by the ICC and by many others, but we really, even in Greenland, we don't have our own national ethical guidelines for research. And that can be an excuse used by many researchers when they come to a country, because there's nothing I need to follow, I'm just gonna go and do this. So there is that. On the other hand, for a researcher, if you want to do research and you know you have a good project, it's extremely difficult to get through all the paperwork with the EU. There's so much that you have to say and do, and as a new researcher, it can be almost scary to look at the website when you look at, oh, which one am I? Am I this? Am I this? What? Am I truly this? And if I fail on this part, will will I be completely disqualified from ever getting any money? You know, those horrible thoughts you have when you do something for the first time sometimes. So streamlining the way of making an application, or maybe making it easier to collaborate would be good. I know that right now we have a person in Brussels that is supposed to help with these kind of things when it comes to Greenland, but it would be very interesting if we could get one that works directly for research, because there's so much research going on in Greenland right now. I know we have Arctic Hub, but they are also a new hub that needs help when it comes to the collaboration with the EU, I guess. So there is many aspects that we really need to improve, but by having this forum, you have already shown that there is a will to make changes so that the research being done here will finally be done with the Arctic. So I really do hope that there will be some steps taken to ensure that the people of the Arctic can participate in the research, not only when they are academics, but also as local citizens, that they will be taken seriously and that knowledge will be acknowledged and given the recognition it deserves. Because often it's, as we have been asked, is it a compliment? Is it a support? No, it should be something by itself as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiviok. So not only research on the Arctic, but research with the Arctic and its inhabitants. Yeah, I mean, we can. The positive side of our website. I thought our website was not that discouraging, but the positive side is to look at it as a test of motivation of people who want to apply. But if indeed you are already discouraged at that stage, then maybe we should do something about it. So we coming back to you, Anna Maria, and exactly continuing on the same vein about our ambitions, not only to have more and better research on the Arctic, but also to engage with local communities and indigenous populations. How can we better involve this local and traditional knowledge, and what is the EU currently doing or plans to do to try to improve on that?
Yes, thank you. So, because we are in Greenland, I also wanted to say I hope that our having this forum here and then the Arctic Hub that was recently created and the future EU office here will, Commission office, will make these relations, start actually a relationship and cooperation on these topics and make participation easier, because of course there is so much. I mean, the program is huge. And you always need like a liaison office, like countries have national offices that digest the Horizon information for the people in the country. And yeah, this is something that will, as I said, I think between the Arctic Hub and the Ministry of Education here and the Commission office, this will have to be tackled. There is about the participation of, let's say, citizen local communities, indigenous communities. It's a recent trend involving citizens in the definition of research questions, but also in carrying out the research. It is, of course, not easy when you have so many people and so much funding. So the main tools that we use are these public consultations that are online. There is one open now until the end of February, which is the biggest ever, and it covers the program. So all the, I'll try to be positive to say, suggestions for improvement in how the program works, but also the next strategic planning. So themes that people would like to see in the next work program of Horizon. And I know that this is taken seriously by the colleagues who analyzed it, and this would feed into the next programming. Another way is the research innovation days, another way to liaise to people, which are now, the pandemic has at least left us with this habit to web stream events, so we can have wider participation in presenting the program and talking about the program. If I might give an example about specifically the Arctic research, the efforts, they happen either through projects or through the EU Polar Net, which is our coordination and support action for Arctic research. And they have organized a workshop in Nuuk in Greenland. I'm not sure it was in Nuuk in August, actually, to liaise and to talk about the research needs of the people here. We'll have to see the report of that, it's not there yet. And there was another workshop planned in Kautokeino in Norway in January with Sami organization and Sami people representatives, but unfortunately it was cancelled a few days before the workshop for internal reasons. I don't have all the details on that. But it's not an easy, maybe the last message I have, it's not an easy dialogue. I know in the past of research that have been practices that have hindered trust, and actually the way of maybe of scientists behaving with people in general. I can take as example, very bad example, in medical research have been very bad practices when you work with people. Now I think in general ethics is improved. We have ethics council, we have people watching. It's not perfect, but coming back to this relationship building and dialogue, it's never easy with this past, but I think we need willingness on both sides and to try to make this dialogue work. I know a lot of researchers are interested in that. They maybe not know always how to work. And I can also give as example Arctic Passion, where Tero is working, which has indigenous representative in the governing of the project, which uses community-based observations. Yes, we have the ground, but I think there is still a lot of work to do on relationship building, actually, and knowing each other and talking about each other's practices.
Thank you, Anna Maria. I will continue with one question for our 4 remaining panelists, but we will have time for the audience to ask questions. So please be patient, but already prepare your questions. If you recovered your voice, Hélène Sarah, I would have a question for you. I mean, you said yourself the first step is to be recognized as knowledge holder. I think we're already past that, even though it might not be already consistently recognized or felt as such. But it means that you are also more and more asked about how to precisely participate in research projects. And what do you do? What would you suggest to make sure that these projects are as meaningful as possible, so that you are not just an alibi like tick the box, we consulted, but how can you help to make these projects really meaningful? And what advice would you possibly have also beyond the Sami for other indigenous peoples?
Thank you. I just want to start to say, like Aslat said earlier today, we have ongoing work with a roadmap to the colonial Arctic research that you can take a look at when it comes. We also have ethical guidelines that we have. I will just mention some of the principle from this guideline now, and if the Sami is going to be a part of a research project, we need to have an active role from the beginning in the process. If we are apart from the beginning and not comes in later in the project, it's very important, because you're not supposed to find out, oh shit, that could be very good to have the Sami knowledge in this. And the traditional knowledge should be respected. We shall know, we shall choose which knowledge we want to share to the project. That should be up to us. And of course, it has to be a fair process. And we also are looking at what is this, what has this project, what's in it for us? What does it give us? We don't need to say yes to every project that is coming. We also need to see what the project is giving us. Yeah, that's what we have. And And I want to mention that we have a collaboration with the Arctic Council, and they are a motor for research. And here, the Sami Council is a part on the every stage, and from the beginning on the projects. That's very good. And if we, these guidelines needs to be a guideline that is going all over, because it's so big differences from place to place. Just in Sápmi, where I come from the southern part and the northern part, there is big differences with the reindeer herders. We are moving. We have the summer pasture up in the mountains, and we have winter pasture when we're moving the reindeers at the coastline in the winter. But up north in Kautokeino, they are moving totally different. They have the winter pasture in the coastline, no, in the mountains, in the inland in the summertime, and moving out to the coastline in the wintertime. So there is different needs, and it has to fit all of it. So, and to the question, what the other organizations should learn about that, like, we're learning from each other all the time, and but to work with these ethical guidelines, it's probably good, and that the community can use. And we have to establish some framework, just because there is big differences in the areas. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, indeed. So learn from each other and exchange, compare notes. It's good to hear this work on ethical guidelines, both from a Sami perspective and also in Greenland. Also the idea to engage, which would force researchers to communicate better. It's not just about being passionate about one specific subject, but by explaining what's in there for local and indigenous people, to help at the end having also better communication, better use of the science coming out of these research projects. Tero, the EU is funding many projects around climate change, which is the largest threat that we face. So how is traditional knowledge contributing to climate research?
A minor question for 2 minutes. Well, I'd like to go back to the idea of what I was trying to say earlier about how we still are operating in a space where the Arctic or the peoples and histories of the Arctic are relatively unknown. They may be very well known in the villages and communities, but they are, in our decision making and climate studies, for example, still unknown. We are only now beginning to come to and take responsibility and face these unknown histories. Recently, over the past few years, we have witnessed and heard about the horrible events in Canada. For example, how the state and the churches were causing, and I'm sorry to bring these negative things, but death of dozens of indigenous children in many residential schools. I believe here in Greenland, and I'm sure that Vivian can enlighten us, you have embarked on a road regarding Truth and Reconciliation Commission, just like in Canada. Also in Finland, we have now started for the very first time to discuss these hard questions, what actually happened. And what I'm trying to say is that the present is the sum of everything that happened in the past. In order to make the right choices for the future, we can't afford anymore to pretend that we know. If there is tangible evidence pointing to the fact that we don't know and things went horribly wrong in 1950s, 60s, the Thule Air Base or whatever the case might have been here, and then as we try to understand climate change in research, and everything that we have heard from Ellen Sara and President Holmberg and many of the other indigenous statements today points to an understanding that indigenous peoples, if they are willing to participate, like Vivian was giving us the view, extremely important view, if they are ready to come to a genuine partnership. The memory, for example, in place names, the way the language and the culture are connected with the land is a very powerful narration of the past climate cycles, things that may only take place once in 100 years out in the ocean, cyclic events. And I should also say that the spatial and temporal, the way that time and space operates, may be very different, to be summarizing, within these biocultural landscapes. So in order to position and understand climate change research today in the Arctic, we really need to reach out and broaden our braided ways of knowing or listening, respecting. And two more points to end this. The first one is that bring knowledge back home always. There are now steps in place, for example, in other countries, New Zealand, Australia, where before you publish your scientific articles, for example, on atmospheric research or the oceans, researchers are now bringing back the drafts for approval into the community where they worked before they are published, to get indigenous consent, indigenous peer review on the findings. Or if things were wrong, there's still a chance to correct those points. So the summary line is that bring knowledge always back home. Don't do parachute research. The final point, we don't have probably a lot of time on that, but I'll just mention it, is that research has a clear association with power. Research was used for centuries as a vehicle for taking over these lands. And it's really a science philosophical question. Are we doing better in today's world with the millions that we were promised from the EU? And are we aware of the legacy of research that has happened? And finally, if we researchers are informing our governments that 4 new species of insects were found in Sami forests last autumn, don't clear-cut them. So the action has to follow the findings that are now emerging. If it doesn't, why are we sitting here? Why are we having these endless conversations decade after decade on how good it could be? But when does the day come? When does the day come?
Wow, I already had a large question, but I think your answer makes it even wider about, but that would be indeed for another conversation about how to bring science and research results closer to policymakers and that we lose less time. Lieselotte, a question to you. Some might qualify or see the Arctic as a kind of canary in the coal mine. How do you see it?
Well, the analogy actually refers to that the warming is much larger in the Arctic. It's the latest research showed 2 to 3 times warmer than in the rest of the globe. And it doesn't mean, of course, that it has a bigger effect on the society, but it is visible in the Arctic first, before it's visible anywhere else. And getting back then to that means, of course, that we would be able to see traces of climate change in the Arctic before we would see it anywhere else. And to come back to the dialogue, it could be really useful also for to have input from the local population, because there has been registered, I'm sure, wind patterns, temperatures, increase, sea ice extent from generations back, which could be an important data actually for the research also to actually add into climate models and do prediction for future climates.
Thank you. A question to you, Kiviok. Unfortunately, everybody is experiencing in a way or another now the impact of climate change, and it's fair to say that indigenous communities have probably warned us already for a long time. You live in an environment where resilience is very important, and where adaptation is a key feature. So, Lieselotte just mentioned indeed the figures, which are even much higher in the Arctic, about warming 3 or 4 times higher than in the rest of the planet. So what can Arctic indigenous peoples share with the rest of the world in terms of mitigating and adapting against the consequences of climate change?
Firstly, we have a lot of invasive species now here in Greenland, at least. Animals that used to be more southern, but now that it's getting warmer, that they get here. And with that also comes the fear of getting not only invasive species, but also invasive bacteria and viruses that we do not often see here will be coming. That is some fear, but again, it's not here yet, so why should we be so bothered? We can be quite cavalier as a people. But what I can say is that we have experienced in my lifetime extremely different weather phenomena. I am only 31 years old, and the weather has changed extremely every single decade. We would get very different snow on different times of the year when I was a child. Now we get them maybe in April, sometimes in June and July it'll snow here in Greenland. And other times we'll have a very long, very cold summer, so our berries will not ripen. And that can have an effect on the rest of the animals as well here. So there is quite a lot that we don't really consider every single day, but when we do go out to nature, we do know, oh, this year's berries will be very bad. And when we say it, there's a cultural meaning behind it as well. It's a very important cultural food for us. Besides that, we also see the animals coming and going in different times. And this is not only a climate thing, it's also being a part of an international world where part of our food is being criminalized. So we have to follow certain rules because otherwise eating our traditional food would be considered criminal. So there's a lot of other aspects that interconnect and makes it very obvious that we're experiencing changes here in Greenland. I also wanted to comment a little bit on what Tero was saying, because it is true, we have experienced, we experience to this day research as some kind of invasive, extractive form of thinking. So that's why we're so happy that you're trying to change the pattern here. But because of that, it's also when we're asked questions about, oh, then you're also experiencing climate change, it gives the same feeling of us having said and answered this question 40 years ago before I was born. Another Greenlandic person answered this question. And still here we sit and say we're addressing the issue, and we're not really, because we do know that some of the main people who will be able to change the way that the climate is deteriorating are some very big nations, and they're not represented here right now.
Thank you, Kiviok. I'm turning now to give a chance also to all of you. You have been very patient if you want to ask questions. I saw 3 hands, so let me start. I think the first hand was here. Yes, please.
Thank you for the intriguing panel. My name is Harri Malinen. I'm the director of the Arctic 5 University Cooperation in the Arctic. My contribution is sort of proactive and a bit provocative as well. So hopefully I'm getting some good feedback from that. Anne-Marie already mentioned that 25-27 Horizon Europe strategic program will be sort of taking into account a holistic view on the Arctic issue. When it comes to regional macro-territorial cooperation, not thematic, then we are dealing with Interreg Aurora and MPA and other programs. But the thematic Arctic has been, as we in the discussion scene. It's observative, it's polar, it's climate, it's natural sciences-based, vessel-based system with 300 million EU post of investing. The focus in the 25-27 should be put on Arctic societies, our adaptation to climate change, including the indigenous and non-indigenous people. This means giving us a bit of more local research autonomy. And that means also that respecting to our local knowledge production, not just imported one. The understanding also that the green transition and sustainability is here to stay, but for example, the UN's SDGs, Sustainability Development Goals in Arctic and in our local setting actually create conflicts. There's a conflict within the SDGs. And as discussed yesterday, the setting is conflicting per se depending on whatever research it's on. I have one comment. So my suggestion is that provided that there's an EU Council conclusion on the EU Arctic policy, then a holistic throughout with the missions and the clusters and widening should be taken into account and planned properly with the stakeholders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, so that we don't forget your questions, avoid making statements and ask your questions. Please, yes.
Hi, my name's Emily Gadimi. I'm the Deputy Head of Mission at the Irish Embassy in Copenhagen. Thanks so much for the really interesting discussion, this panel and throughout. I just have probably quite a basic question. Actually, Ireland is co-convening with Finland the OSPAR Arctic Outcomes Working Group. And we also have a network of Arctic researchers in Ireland. And it's an area of increasing interest for us because of the impact on our own biodiversity, our own marine environment of the climate change in the Arctic. And I just wanted to hear maybe the thoughts on any sort of advice for a state that's impacted by the Arctic but not in it, and how the engagement with researchers can be effective and inclusive, as I think it's been quite covered. And this actually wasn't going to be part of my question, but just a point I wanted to add on the truth and reconciliation and that sort of looking at that historical piece. Like, we have a history with our own conflict and our own peace process, and if any of the speakers sort of see a way of sharing lessons from other contexts of truth and reconciliation processes. But thanks, I hope that was brief.
Okay, thank you. And then the third question.
Yeah, hi. I'm Gubik, representing the Inuit Circumpolar Council in Greenland. First of all, I'd like to thank the panel for this discussion, which is kind of a very huge and growing issue for us. And that's why the leadership of the ICC a couple of years ago decided to develop guidelines and recommendations for, especially for researchers, but that goes also for decision makers as well. And we are calling the protocols the ethical and equitable engagement protocols. And if you read it, it's a booklet. It's not hard to read. You can take it to your bed tonight and read it, because I find that a lot of the issues that were raised today, we are giving some advice or solutions to some of the problems that you're raising. As I said, it's a growing issue. With the climate change, a lot of southern researchers have come to the Arctic. First of all, the Arctic research was on ice, and then the dying polar bears, and then the other animals, the whales, and never the people. But of course, the ICC's mission is to take our outset is the people of the Arctic, the Inuit. So my recommendation would also be to look at what does climate change do to the Arctic peoples and the livelihoods and the culture and the language and so on, which you discussed also in the previous panel.
Okay.
I can see that I'm out of time, but this is a very, very important discussion for the ICC, and please look at the protocols that we have issued last summer. Thank you.
Thank you. So indeed, the question of ethical guidelines was mentioned. So if there is already material produced, that's certainly a good hint. So on this, and I guess basically all three questions related to the people, to consider more Arctic societies, about sharing, including with non-Arctic states on reconciliation, for example, and now about the guidelines just mentioned by ICC. Who would like to react to one of the three or two or three questions? Let's start with you, Tero.
Well, maybe I can tackle the question from Tirnanook, or the Irish lands and islands. There's a lot of simmering conflict in the Arctic despite our region of peace. And yesterday we identified that business can only operate in secure environment. And this would imply that we have to come to a place where land use, land rights, and the way to use the land through the region is defined. Then things get much easier. If they don't, we enter further into this century highlighting conflict. For Ireland, I have 2 points in 30 seconds. Oral history work, for example, regarding the good work that follows your Good Friday agreements, is a very powerful way of achieving reconciliation that has been now advanced in the Arctic. So what I refer to in oral history is the spoken memories and the actual knowledge of the people to come together, and despite their differences, they have to come to the table with the proposition for peace. Only through that we can succeed. Secondly, how to respond and build Irish responses to the Arctic and Atlantic changes. I would go to your fishermen. David Thompson wrote the book People of the Sea in 1970s, where he documented the Irish traditional knowledge of the small-scale fisheries. They are your observation people, the women and the men still crabbing, harvesting salmon, and conducting small-scale fisheries on the coast. Listen to them. Be profound. Copy the Arctic best practices, not the worst, but the best. And transform your beautiful island, because you are in a very unique position as a nexus for Northern and Atlantic change. Thank you.
Thank you, Tero. Anna Maria?
Yes, thank you for the question. So it reminded me that I wanted to add some things, small things. One would be one specificity of the program, because of course this is a specific program. It cannot answer to all issues, but I still think it can bring value. And it's the European added value. Actually, someone mentioned it yesterday, and it's this idea that we have programs at European level that do something with an European added value, so something that you cannot do at purely national level. This is why you need members in a project from at least 3 countries. Usually it's much more because the sums are quite big. But it's also this idea of research cooperation, of pooling resources on topics of common interest, and then the knowledge produced should benefit the wider community, society in Europe, because we also have this principle of open science, so everything produced through EU-funded projects should be open, and I know that it's very different for indigenous knowledge because we have cases of biopiracy and other bad practices, but we are in a different logic in these projects on the open science. Then another point I wanted to add is that, of course, we talk here about what we label specifically as Arctic research, but in general in the program it's not labeled geographically. So this is because the Arctic is so specific. And with this, what I mean is that people living in the Arctic can, of course, apply or participate in any initiative under the program. And I will mention some topics that were in the discussions, either cultural heritage. There is a lot of focus on cultural heritage in the calls of the program, be it on education, on languages. I think when we talk about traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples, language is an extremely important aspect. And I can also mention health, or this is the topic where I work, the ocean research fisheries, carbon neutral fisheries, for example. And it will not be Arctic specific, but of course, people here can participate in anything. It's open to participation. And I will end with the mission, because we spoke about the ocean, how important the ocean is for our breathing, for our food, because Greenland is both in the Arctic Ocean and also in the North Atlantic, and a lot of the livelihoods and the Greenlandic economy depend on the ocean. One novelty under Horizon is this mission approach to research, meaning focusing on a challenge. In our case, it would be healthy oceans with the mission Restore Our Oceans and Matters. And then mobilizing funding and different disciplines, so going to a transdisciplinary and a system thinking approach and bringing all this knowledge, expertise, and innovation to try to find solutions. And citizens' engagement and local knowledge is also an important part that should contribute. Of course, the whole difficulty would be the implementation of that. But just to say that there is a charter, and I don't have time to speak more, but to just invite people who are interested to participate in this great ocean adventure to go on the website of the mission and check the other details, and you can also contact me for that. I would be very happy to liaise on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna Maria. Kiviok?
Yes, I wanted to say a little bit of a comment about truth and reconciliation, actually. We did attempt to start a reconciliation commission a few years ago here in Greenland. Denmark refused to be a part of it. And that also showcases that sometimes it's just not the time for it. We also globally had never had any real conversations about these kinds of dimensions, not only mental health, but also Black Lives Matter had not been a thing. There was a lot of issues that kind of stopped truth and reconciliation here in Greenland at that point. And Denmark was not ready to take any kind of responsibility or take any part of anything when it came to reconciliation at that point. That has changed now, and I am very grateful for that, and the work will commence. But it's also very interesting for me how it will commence, who will be included, who will be able to be part of this commission and ensure that the truth will actually be told. Because we have had a report in 2007 made from the Danish International Institute for International Studies, where they basically said that everything was fine. So we have experience with reports that are supposed to be scientific and truthful, not always being unbiased. So it is something that we can also ensure here by talking about ethics and research in the Arctic, that the research and the work that will be done with this commission will actually be done truthfully and in a way that will be able to ensure the next steps that we take both in Denmark and in Greenland will be in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Kiviok. Iselotte or Ellen Sarah, do you want to? Yes.
Yeah, I would like just to have a final remark from me. At least I think we also need to, when we're addressing research, being inclusive, we also need to address education, because research, there is no education without research, and there's actually no research without education. So I think that's really an important thing for researchers to give back to the communities in having educations or helping out in education somehow, giving back the knowledge which they have gained.
Thank you, Lieselotte. Hélène Sarah?
No, yeah, it's all? Okay. I just want to... Okay. The last little bit comment to the EU, what the EU can do, and it's connected up what you said also, because we're talking a lot about cooperation, a cooperation between the indigenous people and the Arctic and the EU. And I just want to want to say that connected up to the guidelines, to the project, to the researchers, take the Arctic with you then. Take the Arctic with you to make these guidelines for what, how the projects should be and should be done. So the Arctic people can be a part, and it's allowed to take a part to part of this project. And I think we have to do that if it's going to be a cooperation in true sense. In that way. Yeah, so that was just my last word connected up to the EU.
Many thanks. We have 3 minutes left, so time for one last very brief question, if there is one. I see no hand. I scared you. Anyway, if you have more appetite to discuss, and I'm sure you have about engagement in research, of course we will focus more on the youth perspective, but I invite you to come back, not in this room, I think in the smaller room for our EU Policy Lab starting at 2:30. So please, let's continue conversation there. Then I really want to thank very much our panelists, and I also have a thought. I forgot to mention it at the start. I hope I gave justice to Nicole Bibo, who was supposed to be the moderator of this session, but who fell ill on her way to Nuuk, so she couldn't be with us. But many thanks for your expertise, for your answers. Many thanks for your questions. So I think we can give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Don't leave yet. Just be patient for 10 more minutes. We came to the end of our panel, but I would like to invite then Director General Charlina Viceva to give some closing words to our Indigenous Peoples Dialogue, and then we'll be able to have lunch. Charlina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Raphael, and very well done with the panel. Thank you for replacing the missing colleagues. And thank you for the very interesting contributions from the panelists. I was listening with quite an attention. Dear colleagues, dear friends, so we have reached the end of this annual dialogue with the indigenous peoples from the Arctic. We have enjoyed very meaningful, very open and frank and thorough conversations. I'm really very glad to have been able to participate in both the Arctic Forum of the European Union, but also in this dialogue, and we will continue exchanging. I still have meetings to come later. Although I would not say that the European Union is perfect in all respects when it comes for the dialogue with the indigenous peoples, what I can at least fairly say is that every next time it is better. And I hope that you can agree with me. At least our wish and our willingness is there, and this is probably the most important, because that will push us into further perfection. As I said, we are still not perfect and still not there. We are all the time learning from you. I'm extremely personally committed to tap the great potential of the knowledge of the indigenous peoples. As some of the panelists said here, this is our observation potential and asset in the Arctic, and this is a very long historical chain series of data being collected. So we are learning enormously, and every time we exchange with you, we are extremely pleased to share experiences. Some of them are really enlightening, and it is always with a lot of nice feelings engaging with you. Indigenous peoples' matters have progressively increased in relevance in our Arctic policy. Every next time when we revise our strategy, they take a bigger place and more importance in this policy. The Indigenous Peoples Dialogue is today a really integral part of the European Union Arctic policy, and so are our regular contacts with you, our dialogue with you, which is not actually only at this forum which we annually take up with you. As I've said in my previous interventions, it is a process, and this is how we take it. It is not an end goal, it is an engagement process which we want to put on a very, very regular basis. Today at this dialogue we've been listening to both Sami and Inuit representatives, but what was extremely indicative was that yesterday in all the panels we have the representatives, so we don't separate our Arctic policy and our dialogue. And this is exactly what I would like to underline to show how natural we would like this dialogue to roll out. We have discussed also yesterday, I had some meetings individual, and today we will continue. We have discussed the patterns and modalities of various partnerships which we can have and enjoy between the European Union and the indigenous peoples, but also specifically for Greenland. Yesterday it was the talk with the Sami Council. Today we will continue our talk with the Inuit Circumpolar Council. Many topics were covered as well, because Arctic concentrates so many thematic aspects, so many thematics in general. Starting from food security, which is a matter of concern, and affects the indigenous peoples, but also has very strong ramifications for the EU, and it was indicative today that the Irish representative was asking about how to link the North Atlantic and the Arctic, and how to make the matches between our efforts on all that matters for the Arctic and all that comes as an impact from the Arctic to the whole planet. As I've said, the EU will keep engaging in a very meaningful and constructive dialogue. I've heard that sometimes we are coming with reports that are probably not the best science according to you, that are not fully reflective of everything that you see on the ground, actually on land and at sea. But science is not perfect as well. That's why we are always saying the best available science, and the best available science includes the knowledge that comes from the indigenous peoples. So the permanent exchange with you is continuing, and one example of this dialogue continuation is that only next month we will have a nice meeting with Sami representatives in Brussels, so it is quite soon. But also, it was mentioned already, I would like to invite you to something that we are experimenting actually. At 2:30 we are going to engage with the Arctic indigenous youth in an EU policy lab. It is meant to be interactive, so that's why your participation is very much looked forward to. It will take place here in Katwijk, and I hope that you will enjoy it. I would be very interested to hear afterwards your feedback of how you see it. My colleagues are going to be fully engaged in it, so that we know this experiment, whether it will lead to a satisfactory result and whether to continue with it next time around. So when we say that the EU is in the Arctic and the Arctic is in the EU, the indigenous peoples are the most important, really the decisive and defining element in this. And this dialogue is actually an excellent example. We share with you EU citizenship, with many Sami, but also Inuit friends. We live in the same larger space. We are neighbors, colleagues, friends, and we depend on each other. The EU is all of us. So I'm really happy to see you all today here in Nuuk, and I'm looking forward to our next meetings and exchanges. Thank you very much to all of you. Sincere thanks.